the 26th of March, 2025, and I had a busy morning and early afternoon, so I'm just getting to my videos now. And there's a lot I can talk about. There's so much getting thrown at us, especially in Canada for international news and things that are impacting Canada as well, because we have elections that are happening in certain ridings that are very important right now that I'll talk about. And then we have federal elections coming up on the 28th of April. This was just announced. And so it gives just enough time for Mark Carney to not be able to disclose his financial assets that are worth hundreds of millions of dollars. I would like to reiterate. And I'm going to get into my Instagram and just show you some charts and stats and things like that. Before I do, I've talked about equalization payments before. So for many people watching this, I'm sorry, it's going to be redundant, but this is for the newer viewers. Quebec gets 13.6 billion in transfer payments. West gets zero in 2025, and this has been a trend for many years. I've shared the stats, and so I'm looking at a nationwide map right now, and so you've got BC, Alberta, and you've got Saskatchewan, where they get zero money out of these equalization payments. In fact, they don't show what they're actually giving in to these payments, because what they're doing is they're giving a lot of this money that is going to the easternmost provinces and territories. And so you've got, for example, you've got Manitoba here, not that much, but 4.7. Actually, that is a lot. Sorry, there's a B, then not an M. Oh my God. Okay, so $4.7 billion, which is wild to me, Manitoba. 546 million for Ontario. So a little more than $500 million. That's a lot of money. You've got Quebec has it here, 13.68 billion. And then I'm seeing here what they have here. I don't see the New Brunswick or anything like that, but it's usually a lot. And then you've got Newfoundland, Labrador, $113 million in equalization payments published on the 2nd of January, 2025. And the West is getting frustrated with this because Quebec consistently does not want to create any form of energy sector that goes against the people that have a monopoly and like electricity and hydro and things like that. And so they're intentionally not producing these oil refineries in places where people can get access to oil, drill for oil, etc. within Quebec, even though there's a lot to be had there, and investments in mines and things like that, which could give this my province, like where I was born and raised, like it would give them just a lot more money to contribute instead of just continuing to take from the West, right? And I've lived in Alberta too for several years, and I loved it. And I've been all over Yukon, BC, Alberta, all over the West. It's gorgeous, and so I don't want them to leave. I don't want them to just. They always ask for a referendum. That's why. Oh, I have it on solo, not on presentation. So this is Barbara Ball. It was actually better than I thought. Like I had said that she had started on her Facebook with having just a little over 1,000 followers. Sorry, I said a little over 3,000 followers, but she was around a little over 1,000 followers, and then within a day or two, it shot up to like over 60,000 followers. And so obviously these are not all people that are within her riding, but if you look at the population, the registered voters for Nepean, for the last time it was tabulated, I believe it was around like between 98 and 99,000 people that were registered to vote in Nepean. And so like, even if just like a small percentage of that 66,000 or 68,000, whatever she's up to now, I hope it's more. Even if it's just like a small percentage of those that actually are from Nepean and can vote and are registered voters, that would just be very interesting, because there wasn't that huge of a difference between the Liberals and the Conservatives in that riding, even when Chandra Arya had been running. So I have that chart too. Anyway, and so it's just showing here that in Nepean, the Liberals received with Chandra Arya 29,620 votes, so 45.05% of the overall votes. Conservatives, and it was Matt Triamestra, so not Barbara Bell, this was another person in the last elections, and he came in with 22,184 votes, so 33.74% of the votes. And then you've got NDP, was with Sean Devine, 10,786 votes, so 16.41% of the votes. Green, oh my God, Green, fucking Elizabeth May is wild. She is unhinged. But anyways, you got Green had a little over 1,000 votes. Really interesting because I know Jane Eyre. We've chatted a lot and we've shared a lot of information with each other. We've had countless calls on Signal, and then we've had meetings. And really nice person, really friggin' smart. And he actually was running for PPC at the time, and so he actually got more votes than Green. So he came in at 1,840 votes, so 2.80%. And Gordon Kubinek was the Green Party, and he had 1,318 votes, and so 2%. And so, anyways, this is very interesting for people that are following this. I just wanted to give more details on it, and I and yeah. So there is no PPC nominee that I've seen. Maybe I'll reach out to Jay to see if he's running again. I don't know. He hasn't posted anything. He's not campaigning at all. I doubt it. And so yeah, and so I would be obviously wanting people to vote conservative. I think the strategy here would be to vote conservatives, especially in ridings where there's no PPC rep, so like it doesn't matter anyway. So don't friggin' split votes, like vote conservative. But if you have someone that's PPC, that's elected and representing in any ridings or anything like that, or someone that you want to, then vote PPC, right? Because it's still going to send a message. I think Maxime Bernier deserves it. I don't want to split the vote. I don't want to waste a vote, any of that stuff. But I just and again, I still don't know how I'm going to vote. It's hard because if Pierre can address the immigration issue more, and I'm talking about everything, all aspects of it, including like with the student visas, with temporary foreign workers and non-permanent residents versus permanent residents, and all of that stuff, and talks about a cap or a limit and a plan ahead with that, and also how that's going to mitigate the housing crisis that we're dealing with, instead of just like full forward, right, like full speed ahead with so much of these projects that, again, they're shredding protected lands and protected areas within areas that we need this. We should not be striving for models like they have in overdeveloped countries like India and China and Brazil, etc., where all they do is just like they build and build and build and just expand outwards. It's like a freaking parasite, right? And completely destroying like the natural environment and the resources, causing a lot of pollution, excess electricity, all of that stuff. So like the more of a likelihood of power outages, like I've talked about before, more instability. I mean, I'm not going to go into all these tangents, but needs to address and talk about that stuff, and fully reassure us about removing these carbon taxes and these other carbon climate change initiative programs that are not included into that umbrella, but still, again, are getting funded by them or indirectly with shell companies and stuff like that. What else do I want to talk about? Anyways, it's election season, so it's gonna be a lot of talk about politics in Canada. No, this is not what I want. Friggin' Rosie. Oh my god. No, it's no longer available. Anyway, it was just Barbara Ball. She's just promoting her election bid.
Question. Hi, Pierre.
This was good. And so Pierre is sharing a lot of really interesting information, and he's really calling out Mark Carney on his his assets and what he's trying to hide. I'm loving it. He's doing really good at this. Oh, sorry.
Has done a story on election interference on conservative leadership campaign. What are your comments on that?
Well, first of all, let's quote from that Globe and Mail article. I'm going to quote here. CSIS also did not have evidence that Mr. Poilievre or members of his inner circle were aware of these alleged actions. Then I'm going to quote the Hogue Commission, and I quote, "The commission heard testimony about allegations of the government India interference in the Conservative Party leadership race. CSIS witnesses noted that they had no reason to believe the impacted candidates would have been aware of the alleged support." Let's be honest. I won the leadership fair and square. Even my political competitors, like Mr. Patrick Brown, have publicly testified under oath that that was the case. But I'm glad that the Liberals put this attack out today. Really glad. Because there's something that's really been worrying me. After Justin Trudeau named Mark Carney his economic advisor, giving him massive power over public policy in Canada, Mr. Carney went over for meetings in Beijing where he just had secret talks with the deputy governor of the Chinese central bank. 2 weeks later, Brookfield got a $250 million loan. What did they talk about? What did Mr. Carney in his role as Trudeau's economic advisor offer of China?
Yeah.
Why would he be having secret meetings with top government-controlled bankers about getting a $250 million loan while he was supposed to be acting in Canada's interest as the Prime Minister's economic advisor? Why would he be collaborating with a hostile foreign regime that we have since learned executed 4 Canadians and took numerous Canadians hostage for a lengthy period of time? And
you see, like this is all like stuff that like makes me lean more towards wanting to vote for him, because he is addressing the fact that there was 2 Michaels, political prisoners in China for years, destroyed their lives, impacted their family, and there was no pressure on the government to release these guys because they were getting money from China and they didn't want to sever those ties. They don't care about Canada. So I'm glad he's talking about that. And I'm glad he's calling out the fact that they murdered, he said murdered, Canadians. They were Canadian, Chinese, whatever you want to call it, nationals. And like they were executed. And we don't have a list of any Canadians or dual Canadians that are in jail right now on death row. They will not provide this, nor have they given any information, like cooperating with the investigations regarding the Wuhan lab leak, and why they still allow the Wuhan games to be in Wuhan, the CISM games, the military games, which involved multiple different countries, including Canada, and people got sick. He's calling this stuff out. So again, this is good stuff. So again, this makes me want to vote for him. So I don't know.
Given that Mr. Carney knows that he still owns massive financial interests in Brookfield, which owes $250 million to a Chinese state-controlled bank, how do we know he's not going to act against our interests in favor of his financial interests? Why didn't he stand in front of this microphone and confess to Canadians that he owes the Chinese government that kind of money? Is this why he's covering up his financial interests? And given that China has murdered our people, taken our people hostage, how is he ever going to stand up to foreign interference when he is so financially compromised? We have never in our history had a weak, out-of-touch leader so terribly compromised and conflicted, whose interests go against our national interests. And I call on Mr. Carney right now to come before a microphone today and explain if this loan is still in place and if he still has those Brookfield assets that he had up until a few weeks ago. Because we cannot trust someone. Could you imagine, while you're supposed to be advising Canada's Prime Minister on the well-being of our economy, going to a foreign regime that had executed Canadian citizens, taken Canadians hostage, that it had already been public that they had interfered in multiple elections.
Yeah.
They've done incursions into our northern waters. Mark Carney will never be able to protect our national interests because he has massive financial conflicts of interest overseas. What we need now is not to give the Liberals a 4th term with a weak and compromised leader. What we need is a Prime Minister who will put Canada first for a change.
Question.
Yeah, that was good. I want to
Question.
I don't want people to think I'm biased against Maxime Bernier and that I wouldn't consider or reopen to voting for Pierre, because I've donated to both campaigns. I've donated to both parties before, and and so it would be interesting if he would further elaborate, like what he would do regarding funding that's going on in Israel and Palestine, and possible links to terrorist organizations getting funding indirectly and directly through charities and NGOs and other shell companies that are used, and Ukraine and Russia, like what his stance would be on that, and providing aid to Ukraine and having Canadian involvement, even boots on the ground, and we have for years, and getting people out of there, and stopping providing funding that's causing a genocide. And there's more, but
You guys may not know who Barbara is, but she's
Yeah, so here's some promotions of
You
her.
guys may not know who Barbara is, but she's the MP candidate for Nepean. 2 days ago, she had less than 1,000 followers. Fast forward to today, she's got nearly 56,000
It's gone up.
followers. Every single conservative is behind this woman. She is a phenomenal speaker. She is an incredible, incredible candidate, and she's the person that is going to go head to head with Mark Carney. The hope is that she wins. And if she does win, Mark Carney will not be able to sit down with the members of parliament. And I honestly.
So that would be interesting if you're the prime minister and you're not even able to sit in any like parliament meetings or anything like that. Anyway, because you are not an elected, like an officially elected member of parliament, if that makes any sense.
Predict that he will be removed as the prime minister. That's assuming if the Liberals even win. Every single region in Canada is extremely important for the Conservatives, but this one is the key battleground neighborhood.
Yep.
Nepean, we need you guys,
Yep.
and we need all of Canada behind Barbara. You guys may not know who Barbara. You guys may not know who Barbara.
Yeah, Carney's green funds at Brookfield used Bermuda tax haven to attract investors. Refused to answer questions about it, of course. Yeah, I wanted to share this, the lab leak theory, a complete 180. The New York Times recently published a piece acknowledging that the COVID-19 lab leak theory, once largely dismissed, now warrants serious consideration. This marks a notable shift from the paper's earlier coverage, which often leaned heavily towards a natural origin narrative and portrayed alternative theories as fringe or unsupported. It's a reminder that just because a story appears in a major publication doesn't make it definitive. Early reporting can be shaped by limited information, editorial framing, or prevailing assumptions, and those initial takes don't always hold up. Headlines may change, but critical thinking shouldn't. I loved it, and it showed examples of New York Times, what it was posting regarding COVID throughout the years, 2020, 2021, and then now finally in March of 2025, finally saying that they got it wrong. I mean, at least they're saying it, right? But, a little friggin' too, it's late in the game, guys. Late in the game. And I'm going to share information. I have so many tabs up. And I'm going to talk about Hague and war crimes and the Geneva Convention and things like that as well. So bear with me. So this is in Canada. It's the age breakdown. So 18 to 29-year-olds largely are voting Conservative. Okay, so we're here. It's at 40% and 23% for Liberal. The 30 to 39 age group, 35% CPC, that's Conservative, and then 26% Liberal. The 40 to 49, 38% are predicted to be voting CPC. 49, sorry, and for Liberal it's 29%. So 38 to 29% for the 40 to 49 group. You've got 50 to 59 age group, 43% voting CPC predicted, 34% Liberal. And then you've got so everyone here, all age groups from 18 to 59 would be like are voting Conservative. And then you've got the 60 plus, 29% CPC and friggin' 50% Liberal. And this was a post from Randy Hillier breaking that down. And I really liked what he said in regards to this. And so again, this is not my words. These are Randy Hillier's. This election is shaping up so the globalist family compact status quo will remain in place and boomers will still have their overpriced homes, DBPs, and winter in Costa Rica. Well, it's not even just Costa Rica, Florida. That's a huge one. Mexico. While more of their children move into homeless encampments and tents. It's very difficult for those who feel entitled to look into the mirror of life. Boomers have been the predominant voting demographic since the mid-1970s. During the time boomers voted in two political parties that, number one, increased public debt, expanded government bureaucracy, and expanded social corporate welfare subsidies. Two, created inflation and diminished purchasing power while raising taxes through monetary policy. Three, diminished Canadian identity through multiculturalism and rampant and uncontrolled immigration. Oh, there was a term for it too. Acculturalization instead of assimilation, but acculturalization. But anyway, destroyed morality with abortion, maid, same-sex marriage, and the rainbow agenda. Canada today is a reflection of who we voted for yesterday. Canada's tomorrow will be a reflection of who we vote for today. It is clear from the included polling that Carney and the Trudeau Liberals have convinced the boomer class that the elbows up Team Canada and Orange Man bad story time is real. And they're watching mainstream media, which is leftist, radical media. It's propaganda at this point. They don't realize to the degree and how much it's shifted in the last 10 years, especially, and they're still watching it, thinking it's true. And there's no right-wing alternative media here that is comparable. And CBC, it's state-funded friggin' media, which is annoying. It should not be the case. And they're pushing an agenda. And they always want the Liberals to win because they always get more money from the Liberals, right? And so this shouldn't be about money. This should be about reporting the truth because you're getting paid by Canadians. I hope that makes sense. I don't know. Yeah, there's more I was going to talk about with that, but I'll shut that down. I have upsetting news regarding Helen Gruss. And hopefully there's some kind of an appeal. I sent her a message this morning saying, I was really sorry to hear what happened. And God bless, because she is such a hero. Ottawa detective Helen Gruss found guilty of discreditable conduct in vaccine probe case. Chris Renwick is such a disappointment. And he was even emailed prior to these court hearings to make this go away, to bury any kind of a link or an association or correlation with these the COVID-19 therapeutics and sudden infant deaths where children were dying. Helen Gruss was well in her right with her position and the experience that she had to investigate. And she was suspended and charged the first weekend of the Freedom Convoy of all times as well. And this is just so disgusting to me that, again, like they're still winning because the same people are still working in the most important friggin' positions in Canada, but especially in Ottawa. This is Canada's swamp. We need a Doge in Canada. We absolutely do. And these people need to be fired and investigated and jailed already because this is just ridiculous. And so Pat King, the Crown, with our taxpayers' dollars, even though he's fully supported by Canadians, their state is so far removed from what Canadians want, they're appealing to because they want him to have a more severe punishment for being a hero, not trying to incite violence at all. He was always saying that peaceful protest. And and so they want to appeal it, so he's going to be in court longer. This is so disgusting. And the same thing with Tamara Leach and countless others. And now people that were found guilty of ridiculous charges because of peacefully protesting or being targeted because of their views online. It's such a two-tiered system still. And until these people are fired at all levels in Ottawa, it's going to keep on going on. Yeah. Anyway.
It's the brass called unauthorized. Her explosive 2-year hearing exposed a chaotic circus of bickering lawyers and a rigged system, with the hearing officer dodging the real scandal. Pfizer's own data showed a 97% infant fatality rate in trials, which Gruss fought to expose, but the elite shut her down, proving the untouchable rule. But if truth and justice prevail, this proceeding is far from over. Helen Gruss was a Ottawa police detective in the sexual assault and child abuse, that's the SACA unit, when she came under fire for various alleged infractions, the last of which stuck and was a discreditable conduct charge for improperly assessing the police records management system called RMS in what is being coined an unauthorized investigation into medical records of parents and babies who died suddenly and in unusual ways following the rollout of the novel modified RNA COVID-19 vaccines in 2021. Gruss was a dedicated detective with a previous exemplary record, and supporters maintain that her access of RMS was essential to her duties as a diligent investigator, especially as it was determined that some of the investigative parameters involved in these sensitive cases were incomplete or lacking. The hearing into Detective Helen Gruss's alleged discreditable conduct spiraled into a record 23.5-day procedure. Hearing officer and retired superintendent Chris Renwick describes
23.5 days, but this was over years. This is now March 26th. and she was suspended and charged in like that first week, January 29th of 2022. Over 3
bickers,
years.
insults, and objections in his just released decision, which he says led to struggles to rein in the mess that I say Ottawa police created. Renwick states in his decision that a large portion of the documentary evidence and oral testimony presented fell outside of the scope of the facts on the allegation
Bullshit.
of discreditable conduct.
Bullshit.
He claims that there were several days spent hearing irrelevant evidence and submissions on points that were clearly outside the scope of this misconduct hearing, and that as the trier of fact, it is incumbent upon him to remain impartial and to refrain from analyzing what is irrelevant to the assessment of the nature of the conduct in question.
So
He
disappointed.
furthered that it would be an error on his part to attempt to list and address all the submissions and evidence that he finds to be outside the scope of this hearing, and instead will confine his analysis to what is contained in the notice of hearing, noting that this may sound somewhat avoiding or simplistic, but he found himself compelled not to cloud an analysis and decisions with overarching themes that may have been woven into this hearing and are, frankly, not relevant to the
Disgusting.
essence of the alleged
Baby's
misconduct.
dying.
This,
Yeah.
I would say, fundamentally ignores the court-ordered release of Pfizer's own trial data that showed only one normal outcome out of 32 pregnancies, representing a nearly 97% infant fatality rate in unborn babies in their clinical trial data. By December of 2021, it was clear through independent review that Pfizer misrepresented their data to hide certain adverse outcomes, which isn't new behavior from the pharmaceutical oligarch who bought and paid for their Most Ethical Companies award for 4 years running,
Yeah,
despite a clear track record of fraud and misconduct, including being a convicted felon in what was the largest healthcare fraud settlement at the time. $2.3 billion for false marketing with intent to defraud or mislead in the United States. They used misleading demographics, did not track any biomarkers, and even unblinded the participants a mere 2 months into the trial. That's just scratching the surface. Because not only that, but the novel modified RNA COVID-19 vaccines weren't properly tested on pregnant and breastfeeding women when the injections were being mass rolled out to the public. And the one normal outcome out of 32 known pregnancies only represents the minuscule amount that made it into
Exactly.
these clinical trials.
Yep.
Even though this clearly showed a significant risk to pregnant women and their infants in the clinical trial data, Renwick states that it is outside his scope to address the accusations by the defense on their perceived political motivation of the PSA, that's the Police Services Act charge, nor the defense's allegations of police misconduct and or criminal accusations against various members of the Ottawa Police Service, including SACA colleagues, supervisors, the Professional Standards Unit investigators, senior officers, and prosecutors. In doing so, Renwick would be far exceeding his authority as a hearing officer into this specific instance of one count of discreditable conduct. This extends to the defense-raised issue of alleged internal Ottawa Police Service media leaks and whether they were adequately investigated or addressed. Renwick further concludes that any aspects of the actions of Canadian public health leadership on the approvals and implementation of vaccinations
Disgusting.
and weighing into any analysis or position on the science pertaining to vaccinations is out of the scope of relevance of the tribunal. In his analysis, Renwick specifies that groups
Out of the scope of the tribunal. Like, I just can't even believe that he put this on the record, and I hope this is appealed, and I hope this guy gets arrested, investigated, whatever, for this, because he is covering up and not looking at the deaths of children. She, like he had said, she had over 20 years with Ottawa Police Services. I've worked with her on contracts, obviously not in the last couple of years because we've both been going through a lot of stuff, but it's like obviously her. And working like even beyond Ottawa Police Services on high level contracts, training the highest levels of the Canadian government to respond to natural and man-made disasters internationally. And she was one of the best people that I hired when I became the training coordinator and stuff like that I've ever worked with. Like, she was incredible. And then doing a friggin' her an incredible job too. And it's not an easy job. She was with the sexual assault child abuse unit for over 7 years at the time. That's not an easy job. right? And so the people that do that, it's not like it sucks that we're slamming them. It comes across as, but we've shared medical, scientific, and government data. This had nothing to do with any like politics. Had nothing to do with politics. It became politicized by people like Justin Trudeau and the cabinet, obviously, and the experts they were hiring, people that were literally corrupted, captured, and I've shared so much proof of this, and how much like different corporations and companies that specific people had, even Doug Ford, how their investments and their wealth just blew up during COVID, and they directly and indirectly profited from these lockdowns, these mandates, these vaccine rollouts, including pediatricians and other doctors getting kickbacks too. It's so she was responding to children dying. It's usually like under the ages of 5, I believe, is the age cutoff. Correct me if I'm wrong. If anyone's listening to this, that would know, but I think it's 5 and under. When a child dies, they investigate these deaths. Right, Ottawa is it is a major city in Canada, right? So obviously Vancouver and Toronto and Montreal and Calgary are they're major cities, but so is Ottawa, and it's the capital. And there's a lot of people here, and so there's a lot more cases here than there are in many other areas in Canada, and so. And they were investigating, and there was such an increase in deaths percentage wise and stat wise that she couldn't overlook this. And so with children dying, and it was unexpectedly, right? And there was like no reasons to link that. There was nothing that they could link to any form of like negligence or anything like that for these children dying. They were otherwise healthy, verifiable, and then died suddenly. And there was a possible link during this time with the inoculations. And so she had a lot of experience, over 20 years experience, ladies and gentlemen, and then over 7 years with SACA. And she was looking at reports because, again, like that's her job as in a supervisory role, and to help, she was looking over people's reports that were incomplete. And these Karens got upset. They got their panties in a friggin' knot. The newbies, right? Not even accepting her help. Someone like me, I would have loved her help. You know what? I hired her on contracts, right? Because she's incredible. And so the fact that they took offense to that she was trying to help, it just blows my mind, especially when you're looking at child deaths. And if there's a possible link, and we're sharing medical and scientific and government data that's coming from other places in the world that are backing this up, that they're to look into this further, and people were shutting that down. I know I keep talking about this, but I will never understand this. And the fact that she got found guilty of speaking up to her supervisors and trying to get access to Chief Slowly and just sharing medical, scientific, and government data, like I've shared with you before. I'll give you an example of what I think that was Tamara. What she was sharing, that medical report, that was VAERS, that was vaccine adverse events reports coming from Pfizer alone out of the UK, where I give way more than I should. I say that between 3 to 5% of the VAERS were actually reported during that time. Okay, so it's a lot more VAERS, and people that were even contracting COVID via inoculation and people dying. And that report came out as of 28 February 2021. So over a year before Helen was suspended and charged. And she even had Byron Bridle. She was contacting him, and this guy is a literal expert in this stuff, and he was also sharing a lot of information, and they didn't want to look at it. It was so disgusting. And we're still feeling the ramifications and the impacts to this day in so many different levels. So I'm going to look at the window here. But this is what they were sharing. Cumulative analysis of post-authorization adverse events reports received through 28 February 2021. I've shared this so many times, and it shows it too, like what they were showing regarding the miscarriages and the spontaneous abortions and fetal deaths, all that stuff, with concerns with that, and people contracting COVID via inoculation. So when they were saying they can't stop, it's going to stop the spread. Can't get it, can't spread it. They were lying. Yeah, anyway, it goes through. Infections and infestations, COVID-19, almost 2,000. So 4.6% of the VAERS reported. And again, 3 to 5%, likely less. Some people estimate it's like less. It's around 1%. But I say 3 to 5%. I give more. And then I've got the March 2022. I've got all the information. And for people to say that this was like politicized, that we were making this some kind of a political agenda, it's just so nonsensical to me. Nonsensical. I'm gonna keep on sharing. Chris Renwick, he should be shamed. I'm so disappointed. He should be fired. I mean, not shamed. Freudian slip. So
Bruce did try to bring her concerns with the unprecedented response to COVID-19 and subsequent vaccine rollout coinciding with mandates up her chain of command. Quote, she sent unsolicited COVID-19 emails and research material to HSL, the pandemic team, the Professional Development Center, the OPA, the executive, and ultimately posted to all OPS members, unquote. But this was ultimately chalked up to a personal interest, and Bruce's due diligence to ensure medical questionnaires were being adequately completed and recorded learned that such unauthorized criminal negligence inquiries on public officials were being undertaken by a criminal investigator within SACA. The public would expect their police service to exercise proper and effective oversight and authority over their employees to ensure a bias-free approach when conducting criminal investigations. Now, this report, as presented by Renwick, comes across as a deliberate attempt to narrow the scope while sidestepping the broader, inconvenient at best, implications of Detective Bruce's actions. It's methodical, almost surgically so. It's confining itself to the notice of hearing, dismissing swaths of evidence and testimony as irrelevant.
Yeah.
The tone feels detached, even defensive, as Renwick justifies his restraint by emphasizing impartiality and judicial limits, which could read as either principled or evasive, depending on your perspective. His frustration with the hearing's chaos, counsel clashes, public disruptions, and endless objections bleeds through, painting a picture of a process teetering on collapse, yet he doubles down on relevance like it's a lifeline. The refusal to engage with the defense's wider claims from political motives, vaccine risks, or Ottawa Police's own internal misconduct seems like a missed opportunity to wrestle with the case's real stakes, especially given the gravity of infant deaths and public trust. It's a report that prioritizes containment over confrontation, leaving an aftertaste of unresolved tension. Whether that's a strength or a flaw hinges on what you think the hearing should have been about: a tight disciplinary review or a reckoning of systemic rot. And published just days ago is a peer-reviewed paper indexing the very discrimination against individuals who opposed COVID-19 vaccine mandates, that same ones that Bruce faced, validating the issue and quantifying its extent. The authors call for formal public, political, and judicial investigations into state-level discrimination and advocate for broadening human rights protections to include a wider range of beliefs, opinions, and lifestyles, emphasizing the need for public health to respect individual autonomy and voluntary participation. Bruce's lawyer, Bathsheba Vandenberg, says Renwick's decision undermines the provisions of police services to protect our communities and sends a strong message to Canadians that public officials are above the law. Stay tuned because this story isn't over yet. For Rebel News, I'm Tamara Ugolini.
She's great. She's great. Helen's a hero. And it's so frustrating because there's so many of us that were so vocal and we knew the risks, right? Not to sound dramatic or anything like that. Like none of us got assassinated or executed or whatever. This has happened in other countries and other eras. And so not that dramatic, but we knew that there could possibly be some kind of pressure, like with the two-tier justice system, with the fear mongering, or it happens all the time. Sam Cooper even talked about it, saying that there were threats to his life and that they were just advising him. And so this could be a fear tactic to make him stop talking, because he shares a lot of good information as well. But Helen, this is just deplorable. And it's been years now, and she's a hero. She wasn't doing anything wrong. She wasn't biased. And the hypocrisy of that is that people were biased, and she was trying to break the bias and say hey, have you considered looking at things, you know what I mean, that are going against the narrative that is being pushed by McKinsey and the Liberals and NDP and Bloc and Green Party. NDP, man, like their numbers are dropping. Jagmeet Singh sucks. So there's that. I'm going to talk a little bit about Hague Conventions of 1899 and 1907. Series of international treaties and declarations negotiated at 2 international peace conferences at The Hague in the Netherlands. Along the Geneva Conventions, the Hague Conventions were among the first formal statements of the laws of war and war crimes. And it's secular international law. A third conference was planned for 1914 and later rescheduled for 1915. Anyway, whatever. Multilateral treaties. The Libra Code. Trump has talked about the Libra Code more recently, and so I just wanted to get into that. Military law that governed the wartime conduct of the Union Army by defining and describing command responsibilities for war crimes and crimes against humanity, and the military responsibilities of the Union soldiers fighting the American Civil War. And so I just wanted to share that because I've talked about war crimes happening in Palestine and in Ukraine and in other areas, but I'll focus just before I show the war crimes one. I'll share this as well. It's the Geneva Convention. The convention relative to the protection of civilian persons in times of war, more commonly referred to as the Fourth Geneva Convention and abbreviated as GCIV, is one of the 4 treaties of the Geneva Convention. International humanitarian laws consisting of the 4 treaties and 3 additional protocols that establish international legal standards for humanitarian treatment in war. It was adopted in August 1949 and came into force in October 1950. While the first 3 conventions dealt with combatants, the 4th Geneva Convention was the first to deal with humanitarian protections for civilians in a war zone. There are currently 196 countries party to the 1949 Geneva Conventions, including this and the other 3 treaties. So then it just breaks it down. Okay. A war crime is a violation of the laws of war that gives rise to individual criminal responsibility for actions by combatants in action, such as intentionally killing civilians or intentionally killing prisoners of war, torture, taking hostages, unnecessarily destroying civilian property, deception by perfidy. In the context of war, perfidy is a form of deceptive tactic where one side pretends to act in good faith, such as signaling a truce, but does so with the deliberate intention of breaking that promise. Wartime sexual violence, pillaging, and for any individual that is part of the command structure who orders any attempt to committing mass killings, including genocide or ethnic cleansing, the granting of no quarter despite surrender, the conscription of children in the military, and flouting the legal distinctions of proportionality and military necessity. It's a mouthful. The formal concept of war crimes emerged from the codification of the customary international law that applied to wartime between sovereign states, such as the Libra Code 1863 of the Union Army in the American Civil War, and the Hague Conventions of 1899 and 1907 for international war. Anyway, so it goes on from there. Let's see. The Hague Conventions, Libra Code. Just breaks it down. Anyway. So if you see what's going on in these areas, you will see that absolutely war crimes are happening. Targeting civilians, innocent civilians. Yeah, so I actually have even titled videos slamming Justin Ling because this guy has been a propagandist for so many different topics. And he was cited or referenced by CSIS. And again, I give CSIS like a hard time too on my videos, but a lot of people within, I've said this before, they do a lot of good work, and there are a lot of people that are trying to share information. They're just again, just like Helen Gruce, they're getting shut down hard, right? And there are whistleblowers as well. So again, there are good people within, but they're in competition with giving intelligence to our government. And so shadow government, the consulting firm telling Ottawa what to do. So this was posted July 31st of last year by Justin Ling. I was shocked that he wrote this. And so I'm going to give him credit here for this, right? Even though he was a big reason why there was an emergency act declared on Canadians. I can't say that they wanted something. Justin absolutely wanted something to use in order to declare the emergency act to justify it. And so whatever, they had to use something, right? And so I just hate that they did that. And weren't going off of, actual like actual reports or events, or talking to people like me. Like I was like, call me, I'm readily available. I'll talk to you about the crisis actors, the role players, and the deep state embeds, that are always like part of these events as well. And anyway, so Trudeau's $840 million, almost $1 billion spending spree, this was last year, has led to hidden deals, wasted money, and useless improvements. At some point over the past decade in Canada, McKinsey and Company became the North Star for how to fix things in Ottawa. The management consulting company has been called in to help digitize the Canadian Navy, create a 10-year plan for the government-owned bank, modernize leadership at our Border Services Agency, provide an international view on transforming our immigration department, and much more. The list of their assignments begs the question, is there anything McKinsey can't do? They weren't the only major firms getting millions in these government contracts. Along with their rivals, McKinsey has formed a shadow public service, an army of analysts, many with degrees from impressive business schools, who promise to govern better than the bureaucrats. And again, instead of people like me getting hired, and I've offered my services, I said I would do it for way less than what they were charging, and I would have done a better friggin' job, reference all my friggin' videos and what I've referenced and shared regarding COVID and the lab leaks and stuff like that these guys were saying that this was a wet market from a friggin' monkey or whatever, or a bat. I'm like, what are you talking about? Here's the videos, here's the proof. And yeah. And they were the ones that were pushing for the mandates and the lockdowns and the recommendations for the inoculations and all of that stuff. These guys were in it. And gals. Anyway, Ottawa became increasingly reliant on McKinsey and the others, more than doubling its spending on management consultants over the Liberals' time in office. Journalists then started asking questions about what exactly all this spending was getting us. Similar questions were raised across the industrialized world, where McKinsey and others have had a similar rise. Parliamentary hearings followed, interrogating the value for money of these lucrative gigs. Just as suddenly as he had ushered in this new consultocracy, that's a good word, I like that, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau ordered it to end, vowing, when I spoke with him in an interview for The Walrus, to crack down. Also, he gets interviews with him. Anyway, the story of how McKinsey installed itself at the heart of the Canadian government ultimately ends up at the Prime Minister's door. Outside consultants have long been a fact of life in Ottawa. You can throw a rock from Parliament Hill, and if your arm is strong enough, hit the windows of several big multinational consulting firms, KPMG, Deloitte, I forget how to pronounce it, Ernst & Young, and PricewaterhouseCoopers. I've talked about these groups before, but I have not talked about PricewaterhouseCoopers, I don't think. Anyway, these firms generally began as accountants, but steadily expanded to offer a broader menu of professional services. In recent decades, as corporate America became more complicated and reliant on technology, demand exploded for services to come in and untangle the mess, provide leadership, and cut costs. Today, the Big Four earn more from consulting than accounting. And our biggest industries in Canada, like for money, number one is real estate. And look at who owns the real estate market. And or don't, because it's dangerous. And mining, things like that. Anyway, as they've grown, these billion-dollar corporations have increasingly sought out big new clients, governments. They marketed themselves as a way for governments to save money, speed up their priorities, and deliver better services. They might serve as project managers for a complicated government-run program, provide out-of-the-box thinking for new action plan, or even figure out layoffs to reduce costs. I'll be the Doge leader. I'll be Doge, because that's not what they're doing. The Big Four soon found themselves competing against the Big Three, Bain & Company, Boston Consulting Group, and McKinsey & Company, three firms founded with the sole purpose of providing strategic advice and consulting services to their corporate clients. All told, these 7 firms have earned billions by ingratiating themselves in capitals across Europe and North America. So again, these are not Canadian companies. These are international companies. While they have done big business in Canada, McKinsey sticks out as a particular winner. It is not the biggest firm in the capital. McKinsey doesn't even have an office in Ottawa, but it was uniquely able to secure big-ticket government contracts. Often these contracts were awarded without any competition at all. Bullshit. I was competition. Over the past 8 years, McKinsey has entrenched itself into nearly every tier of the Liberal government. The first, military. As the Canadian Armed Forces were being rocked by waves of revelations about a culture of sexual misconduct and harassment, the Department of National Defense hired McKinsey in 2021. Members of the forces were crying out that the complaints process was not fit for purpose. So McKinsey was tasked with reviewing the Byzantine network of different systems and offices responsible for intaking these complaints and came up with a plan to reform it. And by the way, it was a shit show and a mess because of people like Jen Carignan, who is now the chief of defense staff, that's completely pushing this DEI woke climate scam agenda and fully like enabling genocides and war crimes in Palestine, Israel, and the Middle East, and Ukraine and Russia. Anyway. The second, Immigration, Refugee, and Citizenship Canada had struggled under the load of a rising number of newcomers and asylum seekers. What, you could have just stopped it or capped it, I mean. And in 2019, McKinsey was called in to modernize how the department processed their applications. What has happened since 2019? It has been an overwhelming surge since then. And so, again, they suck. And so many contracts. Oh my goodness. And they were involved in so many different things. AI as well. Replace civil servants with AI and machine learning for some of the work. Oh my God. Let's see here. The environment. Natural Resources Canada called on McKinsey to do more than just redraw its internal structures. The department wanted the company to double-check its own analysis of the possible demand for small modular nuclear reactors, smaller, cheaper, safer nuclear power plants, to run point with a collection of oil and gas companies in the industry's strategic council. And look where, like, in each of these instances, the government defended the contracts as an important way of sourcing outside expertise. The then immigration minister told a parliamentary committee that McKinsey had helped enhance digital services and that there were greater benefits to be seen in the years ahead. Oh my goodness, this technocracy. Biodigital convergence, digital surveillance. The CEO of Atomic Energy of Canada bragged that McKinsey worked with Natural Resources Canada would help the country reach net zero by 2050. This is what I mean. This is what they're involved in. Oh my goodness. One Liberal MP trying to defend McKinsey's many government contracts incredulously questioned a skeptical witness at committee. Do you have evidence, for example, that Canadians have not received value in any of those contracts in the past 10 years? There is ample evidence, in fact, that the contracts weren't quite as valuable as the government claims. When retired Supreme Court Justice Louis Arbour reviewed the Department of National Defense's plans to build a new complaints process in 2022, she was less than impressed. So, plan was of little use, out of the question, would create the same conflict of interest that currently exists, not appropriate, a non-starter, and that their focus is on structure over substance. McKinsey's recommendations to IRCC, meanwhile, were adopted quickly when the COVID-19 pandemic abruptly hit. This is a good article. And so, yeah, if you would post more stuff like this, anyways, I would promote his stuff more, and so would a lot of other people. The department deployed algorithmic systems to start triaging immigration applications to try and speed up processing. Things, however, didn't get better as McKinsey had promised. A 2023 report from the Auditor General found that while processing times were reduced slightly for some immigrants, IRCC failed to meet its own benchmarks for the majority of immigration applications that year. And again, it was too much. It was so much. And we were all locked down during this as well. And oh my God. And people were just bought out of their own homes. Yeah. Yes, I'm just trying to see if there's anything else of value before I get into some videos. Yeah, so everything they've had their hands in, which is everything, sucks. Like, Yeah. Fire these people. I'll take a couple of those contracts, please. I know a lot of good people that would take on those a lot of those contracts too. Helen Bruce, I don't. Oh my God, she's. I hope she's fine. She's tough. But maybe she could take some of these contracts. Maybe she would leave and become incorporated or something and help change the friggin' system. Yeah. So I'm just going to read the title. What is McKinsey, and is it a shadow government that secretly runs Canada? And so this was in 2023. So this was over 2 years ago. France, South Africa, and the United States have all accused the high-priced consultancy of wielding opaque influence on state power. So again, this has been called up for years, not even just by me. Yeah. In a press conference, Poilievre said Canadians need to know what influence McKinsey has had in our government. So this was another green flag for Pierre as well. Like he was calling this stuff out as well. And because it's a waste of money too. Before calling for an official inquiry into the firm Canadian operations, a proposal that was immediately endorsed by both the NDP and the Bloc Québécois, of course. Again, more alliances. Yeah, a recent investigative report from Radio Canada finding that the Trudeau government had spent $66 million on sole source McKinsey contracts since coming into power in 2015. So he has been with them since the start. Like, this is so corrupt. And again, this is over 2 years. I'm just giving examples of just like people talking about McKinsey now for years, and the government does not care. Auditor General criticizing Ontario McKinsey crafted pandemic response structure. This was 27 November 2020. Yeah. So there's so much on this. Everyone's talking about this, so I'll share this post. Pennsylvania woman put noose on desk, accused someone else of placing it, police say. Latarsha Brown, 42, is charged with tampering with or fabricating physical evidence and false reports to law enforcement authorities. So they're saying that she's a city employee. But anyway, yeah, working at City Hall.
Someone put a noose in her desk. Turns out she planted it. That's according to Allentown police, who say Latarsha Brown told officers in January that she found the noose when she showed up to work. Police said Brown was the only employee not to consent to a swab for DNA testing. After an investigation, police obtained a warrant to get Brown's DNA, and police say test results on the noose were a match to Brown's. Today, she's now charged with making a false report to police and tampering or fabricating physical evidence.
No other person's DNA profiles found on the evidentiary items involved in this investigation.
As of this afternoon, Brown is still employed by the city. Police did not reveal a motive.
These friggin' social justice warriors are out of control. And why does it always seem to be like more like from like one friggin' party? Ridiculous, but again. Consulting firms are the shadow public service managing the response to COVID-19. This was from 2021. We're 2025 now. In March 2020, as governments were implementing lockdown mandates, it made a call to someone in the Ontario Premier's office. Soon after, the firm was put in charge of setting up the Ontario government's pandemic command structure at a price of $1.6 million. Way more since then. The story drew public attention months later when the Auditor General of Ontario published a damning report, which I already showed you, arguing that the pandemic response was being led by political staff instead of public health experts. Okay, and we're not talking about Theresa Tam here, who's possibly a spy. But anyway, super corrupt, super criminal, treasonous. She should be in jail. The reliance on consultants she maintained resulted in needlessly complex structures, delays, and a totally fragmented response. And so people were slamming this too. Oh my God, the federal government estimated annual spending on third-party consultants would rise to 16.4 by 2022. Yeah, so they were fully bullshitting us, and they were refusing to look at medical, scientific, and government data that were coming out from so many different countries. Big failure. And so, like, why are these guys not investigated and in jail? CIQ leader defends paying millions to U.S. consulting firm during pandemic. Again, this is like, why are we paying American companies when there's Canadians like myself and Sam Cooper, Dan Dix, and so many others, Jeremy McKenzie, Helen, like we're here, like, and we would do a better job. 6.6 million paid for advice help save lives. François Legault says bullshit, right? And instead, Helen Gruss has paid over $100,000 in lawyer fees at her own expense as a grandmother and a hero. Oh my God! And it's out of her own pockets. And she was doing that for Canada, just to be clear. She's a freaking hero. So, like, that's a hero cop. I have so many tabs up. Yeah, there's a few things I want to show. There's a long episode or podcast. And God, I'm already an hour in. Where's that? Okay, yeah, it's the love affair. So there's a longer version, and it's really interesting. But it's a Judith Berry Baker. She was the mistress of Lee Harvey Oswald. And this was 2003, maybe. So this was posted in 2022. But it aired on the History Channel on November 17th, 2003. Okay, yeah, so 2023. Okay, so.
Carnival time in New Orleans, when the city explodes with color and sound, and people go wild. But for one person, New Orleans holds a different kind of magic. Judith Berry Baker first came here in April 1963. 7 months before Kennedy's assassination in Dallas. She fell deeply in love with a man she met here, who was to change her life forever. That man was Lee Harvey Oswald.
Lee Oswald was an innocent man who gave his life for his country, who was a loyal Marine to the very end, and he deserves better in history than the vile portrait of him that's been painted. This is a man who is a hero, and I stand as a witness to that. Period.
Judith's story, told here for the first time, changes forever our understanding of Lee Harvey Oswald and his role in history. That story begins in Bradenton, Florida, where as a young schoolgirl, Judith excelled in science, as her sister Linda explains.
By the time she was in high school, she was extremely dedicated to her work. And when I say to her work, it was her scientific studies, her projects that she worked on. And she always had this interest in cancer research. She wanted to be the person who could cure cancer, and she was determined to do that.
Her exceptional abilities were soon drawing local and then national attention.
When I was in high school, I noticed that I was focusing on things that were of interest to the military. My work with cancer, my work with getting metal out of seawater and all that, excited a great deal of interest. I gave lung cancer to mice faster than it ever been done before with all their big labs and everything else. They were astonished. And they even went to my school and checked everything out. And of course, I had all the proof. All the doors opened from there. I found myself invited as soon as I could graduate. I was sent to Buffalo, New York, to the oldest and most prestigious, at that time, cancer research center in the United States, Roswell Park Memorial Institute for Cancer Research, under the auspices of Dr. Deal and Dr. Ochsner.
Dr. Alton Ochsner, one of the world's leading cancer specialists, was fiercely anti-communist. He was to play a crucial role in Judith's life. Without realizing it, she was being subtly drawn into clandestine research work. This became apparent in 1962, when she became a full-time student at the University of Florida in Gainesville.
I was getting specialized in deadly cancers. It was made clear to me by the time I entered the University of Florida They didn't want people knowing that we were working on projects that might have to do with eventually competing with Russia on the matter of using cancer as a bioweapon.
She was very gullible. She didn't have people experience. She was always in a laboratory working. So yeah, she was very capable of being taken advantage of without ever knowing it until it was too late.
In the spring of 1963, Judith was invited to join Dr. Ochsner in New Orleans on a temporary assignment. It was an exciting offer for the young scientist. The Ochsner Clinic and its founder were world-renowned.
Dr. Alton Ochsner, who was famous as the first physician to link smoking and cancer, and who had many military and government connections, he said he needed me there and that he wanted me to work in the bone cancer lab with Dr. Mary Sherman. Dr. Mary Sherman was working on some cutting-edge research, and the blood sedimentation work I was doing they thought would be valuable. On top of that, he'd been telling me what to do for a couple of years now and was interested in everything I was doing. This man was virulently anti-Castro, and he knew about my anti-Castro feelings.
Judith arrived in New Orleans on April 20th, 1963, 2 weeks before she was to meet Ochsner. She was a naive 19-year-old alone for the first time in a big city. She was to be joined 10 days later by her fiancé, Robert Baker. While she awaited his arrival, Judith took a room at the YWCA, close to the downtown area. The following week, she went to the main post office to pick up a letter from her husband-to-be.
As I asked for the letter from Robert Baker and obtained it, when I reached for it, I dropped the newspaper, and this very clean-cut young gentleman standing behind me picked it up and handed it back. I looked at him, and he smiled, and he's young like I am, and he was so clean-cut and so polite that when he asked me if he could walk me home, I said yes. That was how I met Lee Harvey Oswald for the first time. I have to call it instant chemistry. I never felt such an attraction for anyone, either then or ever in my life since. It was love at first sight, and I know he felt the same way about me too.
New Orleans was Oswald's hometown, and overnight he became Judith's guide and protector. The first person he introduced her to was a man he called Dr. David Ferry, a close friend. They met in a local restaurant.
He was wearing an airline captain pilot's hat, and he had his pilot's jacket on and a ring. And here I'd been told he was Dr. David Ferry, but now I also realized he was Captain David Ferry, had been with Eastern Airlines. This is a man who probably could talk to you on any subject at length. He could discourse on anything. And he could speak knowledgeably to me about cancer research even. He was actually, he said, working on a project. He would like me to see it. He knew Ochsner was. He not only knew Dr. Mary Sherman, she was his friend. So all of these things were of great interest to me. I wanted very much to know more about this strange man, Dr. David Ferry, who was also the captain.
Later that day, Oswald took Judith to David Ferry's apartment in this suburb of New Orleans. Unwittingly, she was being drawn into a deadly game.
David Ferry's apartment was the upper half of a white Spanish-style building, and we entered from the back. People who knew David Ferry would not enter from the front. So as we sat down, we're sitting down on an antique piece of furniture from his mother. He has nice chintz curtains, but the rest of it looks like 6 or 7 garage sales all slammed together. He had a book on nursing and surgical procedures, how to do operations. He had the DIFCO manual, and nobody has the DIFCO manual unless they're doing cancer research or other kinds of tissue culture and so on. We were there not only most of the day, but all night long that night. And I took reams of notes on what he was saying.
To Judith's amazement, Ferry began to talk about a secret government medical project against Castro, involving himself and Mary Sherman, overseen by Alton Ochsner.
I knew that Dr. Ochsner had been working on a variety of different projects, and that because of his association with anti-Castro people such as David Ferrie, this seemed very possible to me that Dr. Ochsner and Dr. Sherman might be involved with David Ferrie. And of course, he spoke knowledgeably of both people.
However, following a raucous party at Ferrie's apartment, Judith began to have reservations about her exotic new friends and their wild claims.
I was already falling in love with Lee Oswald, but I didn't know him that well. So I was concerned, and I asked Lee to show me. I need to find out, really, is the government really involved in this? I might be being lied to. I hadn't even met Dr. Ochsner yet and wasn't supposed to for another few days.
To reassure Judith of his official status, Oswald took her downtown to meet another close associate, Guy Bannister, a former FBI man now operating as a private investigator.
There on the wall, there it was. This man was the head of the FBI in Chicago. He carried a beautiful big gun right there on his shoulder holster. He had all kinds of credentials. And he affirmed that Lee was working on an anti-Castro project. That was good enough for me.
Judith was even more impressed when Lee later took her to the third floor of Bannister's building, where she saw assorted military equipment stored.
Lee told me that he was in New Orleans for several reasons. One of them was to make a training film, and that he was working with these anti-Castro insurgents to help teach some of these young Cubans how to use ammunition, how to do their guns, how to fire, and all that. He was part of this, but he had several other projects he was also working on. He was a very busy man there.
Less than a week in New Orleans had turned Judith's life upside down. With the arrival of her fiancé, Robert Baker, she faced a difficult choice.
I knew I was falling in love with Lee Oswald, and I knew Lee was falling in love with me. And yet I had strong feelings for Robert Baker, whom I'd known for 10 months. Lee told me at that time that he had beaten his wife, Marina, and he was sorry, and we talked about that, and I told him that that was really disgusting to me. And I had wanted nothing to do with anyone who was violent. I believe if Lee had not told me that, I don't believe I would have married Robert Baker.
But she did. Robert had found lucrative employment in the Gulf of Mexico and had one day in which to marry Judith. Work came before romance.
On May 3rd, he kisses me, we have a wonderful tumble in bed, and then he's gone. And he'll be gone for weeks.
Left alone in New Orleans, the newlywed needed secure accommodation. Lee came to her rescue with a convenient rental property.
Lee Oswald moved me into 1032 Marengo Street on May 4th, 1963, and we spent most of the day getting me accommodated. He even brought 4 begonias to put in the windows. Nobody knows, they say, what Lee Oswald was doing on May 4th, but I do. The most important entrance to 1032 Marengo was here in the back. And next to this door in the back is a window and windowsill where we kept the key so that Lee could get in whenever he needed to. The owner of 1032 Marengo was a widow named Susie Hanover. She had the back half, we had the front half. And she was so kind as to warn me and Lee if someone was coming. She liked Lee very much and had known him for a long time, apparently, from the time he had been a young person growing up here in New Orleans.
Shortly after moving in, Judith had a meeting with Alton Ochsner at this hospital, her first since arriving in New Orleans. She did not go alone.
Lee accompanied me there and told me that he had to go in first to talk to Dr. Ochsner. This made me recognize that he had already had a prior association with Ochsner. When I went in, Dr. Ochsner began to explain to me, and I'd already been apprised a great deal more by Dr. David Ferrie, about the project that he had been working on for over a year. And this clearly had to do with working with these deadly cancer strains that he knew I was well adept at handling. The idea was to try and get Castro ill, very ill, and eliminated through what seemed a natural cause, in this case, cancer. The attractiveness of the plan that Dr. Ochsner and Dr. Sherman and David Ferrie were working on is that up to now, attempts to kill Castro had to involve some kind of violence that could be traced to some country or individual. And that could lead to war, World War III maybe, if Russia intervened. This was considered, in my mind, a noble experiment, a noble attempt to do away with Castro without anyone getting blamed or with only a few people being involved, because it was biomedical. At any rate, at the end of the summer, he promised me that I would skip 2 years of school and go directly into medical school at Tulane Medical School. Of course, how could I say no?
Having agreed to join the Kill Castro medical team, Judith and Lee were assigned cover jobs at the Riley Coffee Company in downtown New Orleans.
Rain or shine, Lee and I would get off the bus and we'd walk this way to go to Riley Coffee Company in the morning. And what we would do is go through these doors. He would go that direction to the right, to the shipping and packing and where the machinery was and the roasters. I would go to the left, up into the executive suites, where I worked as a secretary for Mr. Monahan.
These payslips and this tax statement confirm Judith's employment at Riley's. However, her real work lay in David Ferry's apartment. Incredibly, this simple kitchen had been turned into a secret laboratory. It was here that Judith, often assisted by Lee, helped develop the deadly virus, ultimately intended for Castro.
It was my job to work with 50 to 60 mice at a time, and these mice had large tumors that had developed. They were being brought in from another nearby locale, some other place. Now, these animals had already been inoculated with cancer when they were weanling mice, very, very tiny. And in a matter of a week or so, the cancer that they had developed at this time, the lumps and the tumors were as large as these little mice. So to the point where they could hardly drag these huge tumors along. And we would actually have to kill these mice, cut out the tumors, weigh the tumors, see which ones were the heaviest, because those were the fastest growing. We were interested in the weight and how fast these tumors grew. We were after a vicious cancer, a galloping cancer. And all the tumor material that seemed to be most vigorous was then placed in a blender and blended together so they could recycle and not lose that virus. And the other thing that we were doing was making tissue cell cultures from the most vigorous and deadly cancers.
Judith regularly took these materials and her reports from Ferry's lab to Dr. Mary Sherman's apartment in a smart part of town.
Down there is St. Charles Street, where the streetcar would just drop me off, and then I had a 1-minute walk down this little corridor here and went in here, crossed into where these people are entering, and went inside, and inside is a nice courtyard, and I entered Mary Sherman's apartment. And I usually drop things off. Sometimes I would stay there and read and wait for her to come. Dr. Mary Sherman was not a person who was anything but gracious and an honorable lady in every sense. I had never felt like she was someone who had any vices at all. I felt these contacts were necessary so that there would be some way for her to report on my work and what I was doing as if I were some kind of student working under her anyway, so I could go into Tulane in the fall, which was still the plan.
Mary Sherman secretly carried out vital work on the bioweapon at another location. Oswald was the go-between.
The work that we were doing, without Lee Oswald, it couldn't have been accomplished. He was able to actually move materials over to the U.S. Public Health Center over near the Crippled Children's Hospital, where often Mary Sherman would meet him, and they were exchanging materials all the time. They were using a linear particle accelerator, atomic radiation, to change the genetic components in the virus that we were working with. I was never there myself personally, but I understood that what I was getting was altered genetically in certain ways.
Confined to her kitchen lab, Judith was to spend many hours in Ferry and Oswald's company. One day they introduced her to an old friend.
We had been talking about my dog Sparky the day before. Sparky was a bad little dog who went on my bed. They said they wanted to introduce me to another Sparky, also a dog who couldn't control himself. And this individual's name, they said, was Sparky Rubenstein. Only much, much later did I learn that this was Jack Ruby, and I never connected the two when Lee was murdered. He was very interested in what we were doing there in the lab, and David Ferry openly showed him what was going on, which surprised me. And then he turned his attention to Lee and mentioned some things that showed me that he had known him for quite a while, including a remark made to me. I've known him ever since he was a little boy, when he was at parties and things like that. That's the way he put it.
No official investigation into Kennedy's assassination has found any connection between Ruby and Oswald. In May 1963, Oswald moved into an apartment on Magazine Street, a short walk from Judith's. He was joined from Dallas by his pregnant wife, Marina, and their baby daughter, June.
From time to time, if he had an argument with Marina, he would simply go to my apartment, which was about 7 blocks away as the crow flies. As this was a very busy street, we could get...
All right, this is talking more about... That's what I remembered about that. I was close. She talks a lot about the relationship. But I got you... Not that one. I got so many videos up here. It was JFK witness breaks silence. Top secret CIA files will never be released by Judith Very Baker. And Danny Jones.
Judith, first of all, thanks for coming. I'm looking forward to speaking with you.
It's a pleasure.
Please introduce yourself to the audience.
I'm a witness. A witness they've tried to stop. But I can't be stopped because this is also about love. It's also about justice. It's also about the truth. And I'm still here despite everything. And everything is a lot. All right? Because I first started speaking out early in 1999. And that completely destroyed my life.
So
Why did you...
56?
1999 was the first time you came out.
Yes.
Why did you decide to come out in 1999?
The film JFK came out, and of course, I was deeply associated with Lee Oswald, and I had to walk out my teenage. I had at that time 4 kids still living in the house. Well, one of them had come in with the film JFK, and he came
what?
In. The film JFK came out from Oliver Stone.
Yes.
And when it started playing, I had to leave. Of course, everybody noticed because I was a chaperone for all these kids, all these teenagers. It was Saturday night, and we had popcorn and all that. I went to the church and prayed, and something stirred in my heart. I had waited so long to speak out, but I had kids.
Mm-hmm.
The day after my last child left home, which was December 26, 1998, I finally dared to take out the film JFK and look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, it made me ill. If you understood all that I had gone through, you'd understand how I'd hidden it. I thought, sure, I promised Lee I would speak out. He said, I'd only ask you to please let my little girls know that I was a good guy. And I let him down. I was afraid. Now something stirred in me because it said in Oliver Stone's movie there, it said, silence, is evil too. To be silent is to... And I knew I couldn't be silent anymore.
To be silent is
I laid out all the evidence. Not all. I have boxes and boxes. Why did I save evidence? I was in a project secretly funded by the CIA and the mafia and so on to kill Fidel Castro. And I'll show you the special training and everything I had for that. But the whole idea was we thought we were saving the world. Just like today, if somebody said, hey, we know how to kill Putin and U.S. won't be involved because it'll look like natural. A biological weapon was being created, and I got involved in that.
So let's go back. So first of all...
I just want to say I laid out the evidence on the bed and looked at it, and I started shaking all over because I knew I had enough.
This was after you watched the JFK film?
I watched the film, and so by January 1999, I was teaching at university, and I don't want to mention all that, but the fact is that you have a big break, until way after New Year's, Christmas. So I actually wrote most of the book during that period of time. I have an eidetic memory. You'll later find out 60 Minutes was amazed because they had a 14-month investigation of me, and tapes that they had made early on, when they replayed them and asked me the same questions, I was identical, everything. I don't need calendar or anything, you know. And so, I mean, it's all clear. I see things in pictures.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway,
you have a photographic memory?
Yes, I do.
Wow.
Well, now I've had I have some blanks now. I've had 4 concussions. I've been hit by cars 3 times. I've had one time a trunk of a car was slammed down on my head. There have been, everything's documented.
So how did you meet Lee Harvey Oswald?
They ask that question when I got to tell you how I got to New Orleans and everything. Because if I do that, you're not going to figure out why he was there or anything.
Let's start there and then let's rewind.
All right.
Because I think people that are that are watching this interview, they might be confused about who you are. And I think it's important that we lay out.
Oh, all right. Of course. All right. I was actually being shepherded by people very high up that were associated with the CIA. And these were eminent doctors. They're very well known. Like today, if you talk about, Fauci, say it was Fauci shepherding me. So they're very prestigious, the top of the top.
Mm-hmm.
And I had not a minute to myself because I was being specially trained, fast-tracked, because I'll tell you why, but later. But the bottom line is I came early to New Orleans because I couldn't go home, which I'm going to explain later.
Mm-hmm.
And I was free. They weren't ready for me. They were out of town. Instead of being met with a steak dinner, I've always mentioned that before in other interviews, and champagne, and say, you're here, we love you, and we'll show you around. And I go to the YMCA where I expected a room to myself, and they said, who are you? My first thoughts, I don't have any money. I'm between semesters. My grant money, I don't have it.
How old are you?
At the time, 19.
19.
Yeah. And wow, my first thought, oh no, I'm in this room with 2 strippers, a Playboy bunny trainee, and this really profane, heavy staff you. I said, no. I said, how would you like to come around with us? Now, I'm an asset. I've been heavily trained. And here I am now seeing the seediest parts of New Orleans. I mean, when I stepped off the bus, the first thing I heard was a gunshot. You have to understand what it was like.
You're heavily trained in what?
Well, I was heavily trained in how to handle specific viruses that were being developed for biological weapon purposes.
At the age of 19?
Absolutely. And
when you first got shipped to New Orleans?
That's right.
Yes, good questions.
And I have all the proof.
And so how old were you when you first started studying these viruses and learning about this
15.
type of science? You were what?
Yeah. Here's a picture of, see this? My grandmother died in October of 1956.
Okay.
She died of cancer. My grandfather was dying of cancer.
Mm-hmm.
And I was determined with all my heart to love my grandmother so much.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, her picture is on my credit card,
Nice.
Yeah. And her memory and the magnificent woman she was, and she was wiped out by cancer and suffered.
Sorry about to hear that.
Well, but other family members as well.
Yeah.
It just was endemic. So that was I was determined. And of course, what can a 15-year-old do? I found cancer's fish. And they were special breed. Mollies, black mollies. Maybe you didn't know this about them, but they don't get inseminated by the male. The male just excites them, and they only produce from their own eggs without any kind of insemination. Now they've got a male organ. They have a male organ that penetrates, but there's nothing there.
Oh, there's no sperm.
That's right.
Interesting.
So it's sort of like cheetahs. A lot of people don't realize the genetic variation of cheetahs is very tiny.
Mm.
They make great lab animals, but except they're very expensive.
Okay.
Well, mollies aren't, And so I just determined, I'm sure they had cancer, but I had to find out, and we took the mollies. By that time, I had made friends with a lady running the American Cancer Society for the whole area where I was living there, Braden and Sarasota. And we met Dr. Alton Oxner, who was he was there for the opening of the Watson Clinic over in Lakeland, I believe it was. And so he saw my mollies, and he said, "You've got to go to mice." So then I was rounding up mice, and then finally Rockefeller Foundation.
So I'm sorry, where did you meet Alton Oshner?
At the Watson Clinic dedication.
Which was where?
I believe it was in Lakeland, Florida.
In Lakeland?
Yeah.
And you were around 15?
At the time, yeah.
Okay.
So I had my own lab by then.
Wow.
I'll tell you why.
Yeah, child prodigy.
Well, that's why I have to start at the beginning.
Yes.
All right? I really do.
Yeah. Well, this is the beginning, right?
No.
Oh, there's more before this.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That's why I'd like to get into it.
Okay, cool. Let's do it.
All right. But understand that they had I was loose about meeting Lee Oswald.
Mm-hmm.
That's not good, because I was in the back. They were police raiding. I mean, I barely escaped a police raid at one of the clubs. I'm in the back room there, and they're putting on pasties and stuff. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mustn't be rounded up with these kind of people, you know. But I was free. I mean, I didn't even know what it was like to be free, because from age 15 on, you have to remember when Sputnik. Do you have when Sputnik came up? Look at when Sputnik came up.
What year was that? I can't
Go ahead, look.
Was it 69?
No. Oh, no. Much earlier.
57.
Yes.
Okay.
In 1956, there was a Hungarian Revolution. My grandmother died already by then. In 57, Sputnik came out, and the United States government went bananas.
Right.
Because they realized how far behind. They rounded up all the high IQ kids, and I was one of them. You had to have an IQ of 150 or more. I had 160. At age 15 is when anyway, what they did is anybody with really high IQs, then they went and investigated them. But they didn't have to do that with my family, so that's why I wanted to bring up my father.
Mm-hmm.
Here, can you see it?
Yeah, we can see it.
All right.
Handsome fella.
Down with it a little bit.
Okay.
There you
go. Okay. So
what's he holding there?
He's holding a new microphone. He invented all kinds of things.
Wow.
He invented items, if I told you, but he worked with Robert Adler in Chicago. And often took me. I got to see Adler's labs. Adler is the co-founder or co-creator, so-called, of the.
Tilt it this way a little bit. See you can tilt it towards
see.
that direction. There you go, right there.
Okay,
Perfect.
I see it. Oh, see it. Thank you for the monitor. I appreciate that. All right, so that's my father.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you can't tell from just this early photo, but he helped in World War II to find Nazi stations that were distributed across America, because he was able to figure out their frequencies, the radio frequencies, and so on.
Wow.
So he got clearance from the United States government at an early age. Our whole family, I remember them investigating us, you know, and even I, a small girl, was being questioned, you know, and everything. So we had a head start that way.
Mm-hmm.
My father wasn't just an ordinary man either. I say, working for Adler, it turned out that Robert Adler, just like Edison, how Edison went and got Tesla to work on his materials and everything.
Right.
It's the same sort of thing. My dad was inventing lots of things for Adler. And Adler gave him the money, but Adler got the credit for all the patents.
Got it.
You can see, I love it if somebody just hold up the book. Right.
Ever have one of those days? Try it out for yourself. It's an app. Off your order. Refuel with Hewlett.
Background we don't have time to talk about, you know, in here. But bottom line is my dad was set to be in the Redstone rocket project and everything, and he was already doing stuff for Bendix and for Raytheon and so on. But my mother refused to have us go to Los Alamos and live behind barbed wire.
Yeah.
And they also said they maybe have to move us around a lot because we might get bombed. Other things that my mother didn't want to go. It ruined my father. It broke his heart, and he began drinking a lot. He just retired. See,
Yeah.
Hungarian name. But even though that came from my father's side, some Dermas had it as well. I love my grandmother. I love the revolution. It's very famous. That was October 23rd, 1956.
Wow.
Now, I'm going to tell you something.
This is what inspired you to learn everything you could about cancer.
Absolutely. And also, my grandfather was diagnosed with cancer. He fought it for years.
Okay.
And had skipped a couple grades in school, and we had very parallel lives at this time. It's amazing. Now he was a little older than I.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but we're listening on the shortwave radio. Remember, my dad had the best shortwave, and back then, that's the internet for us. Shortwave, we got the news, and by the way, it was real news, not what we call views today. Okay,
Right.
It was the real thing. So we're hearing machine guns going off. We're hearing bombs going off. We're hearing the Hungarians begging America, "Where were you? You said you were going to help us," and you could hear them dying. It was horrible.
Mm.
Well, somebody else was listening as well, and that was Lee Oswald. On October 23rd, 1956, he's listening on shortwave radio to please the Hungarians. You won't find this in Wikipedia.
This is when he was stationed in Japan?
No,
Okay.
He just turned 17.
Oh,
He
okay.
tried when he was 16 to join the Marines, and with a fake birth certificate the mafia made for him, that didn't work.
Mm.
And his mother wanted him out anyway. That was fine with Lee. He was the youngest, and he wanted to follow his brothers into the military.
Mm-hmm.
So he tried to join. Well, now he's 17. He's thinking about joining, but he'd like to finish high school. But then he hears the Hungarian Revolution. That's on the 23rd. On the 24th, Lee Oswald joined the Marines to fight the Reds, as he told me with his own mouth. So anybody telling you he's pro-communist, all that is a front,
right?
Because he wanted to be a spy. His great dream was to do like Herbert Philbrick. I led 3 lives, and I have a very important document I sent you guys because when I would be sent to New Orleans. To Buffalo, New York at one point for training. And I'm going to show you, as I showed that to Lee, and why that's important. Mm-hmm. So we have enough time on this wonderful show that I can do that.
Yeah.
Things like this, because the background is so important to understand how much I know about Lee Oswald.
Right.
Not just him only 37 and a half hours before the assassination. He left his wedding ring behind. Understand? Because he told me, "I'm not going to come with you with that wedding ring on." He left it behind. So there's a lot more I can tell you. Yeah. It was a real signal to me,
Mm.
She kept that ring for years. Marina Oswald did when she heard that he left it behind because he intended to marry someone else. She sold it.
Really?
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Poor thing. I mean, you wouldn't want to hold on to it, would you?
No, hell no. You wouldn't want to hold on to that.
That's right. So she finally sold it when she realized the background on it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so
let's go back. Yeah.
I want to go back to Alton Ochsner.
That's not back far enough. I'll just go a little bit here, show you some pictures, because when this IQ thing came along, that's when I got my own lab. And his name was Dr. Knut Mikkelsen.
Okay.
Came to visit CIA. Now, the only way I can prove it is he's using a fake name, but it happened to be in our student newspaper, where it talked about his whole history, like he'd been a spy for Hitler. Against Hitler, but pretending to be pro-Hitler. He took a shine to me, thank God, because he came to interview me and 2 others, David Dietrich and Dave Tracy. All 3 of us had scored very, very high IQs in the state of Florida. Here we're at the same school. Probably if it had been one of us, I don't know where they made the trip, but he made it for the 3 of us. And he focused on me then for almost 2 weeks. Taught me all kinds of things. I think it's because I was a girl and he never had a daughter or something. But he told me all about his life and how his family rejected him. Boy, do I know how that feels now myself. Because they all thought that he was working as a spy for Hitler, not against him, and all that.
Wow.
And you know what? When I told this to Lee, you should have seen his face, because his whole family was rejecting him because he was doing the same sort of thing, pretending to be pro-Castro, all that.
Right. The fake defection to the Soviet
Union. And imagine,
Union.
He said, here's one of the things he said, like, he got arrested on August 9th for handing out, they said, public disturbance and all that. I've got so much to say about that, what happened there. But he said, you have no idea how I felt getting my mugshot. I've had lived clean for my family, and now I'm in New Orleans, where I was born and raised so much of the time. And I'm disgracing my family. I'm doing this for my country. But it really hurt him. And I just about cried with him because I understood, because Mickelson had told me so when I told him all the stuff Mickelson went through, and there are other things that I was able to tell him, it really created a bond between us. And he would end up, he had no one to talk to, but he understood. We just hit it off immediately. And I'll talk about how we met as soon as I managed to get through the training. So we're talking about all that training. Now, Alton Ochsner, I'm going to try and pull these things out. This is very interesting. At the time in 1960, when I'm not only getting my own lab, but military officers insist that I go and learn Russian.
Okay. When you're still...
I'm in high school.
You're in high school.
Yeah. They want me to be able to translate cancer research things. Right now, by the way, I had invented a new way to get magnesium out of seawater that hadn't been done before. Yeah, I was 16, and that sent me to the International Science Fair. Okay. That's where I brought all my cancer research stuff with me at that time.
Okay.
And so Eli Lilly and all that got to see it. And although there's many circumstances why I was not able to even get interviewed, it didn't matter, because all of a sudden I've got Oak Ridge on my side. I've got Walter Reed Institute. They're sending me material. They will be sending me materials, including esoteric chemicals and things. I got mice by then from the Rockefeller Foundation. Then later I would get them from other sources, and it's from banks. They laundered this through banks, offering the mice, that kind of thing. But it was all really, I was being started already this training. I'm still in high school. I ended up, I want to back up now, show you this. Medicine urged as Cold War aid. I want you to see this.
Okay.
And let's read the first paragraph or so. That's Alton Ochsner. This is 1960. It's about the same time I've gone to the International Science Fair and so on.
Ochsner to propose plan to U.S. State Department. Dr. Alton Ochsner said Friday he will propose that the United States State Department enlist something medical profession in the Cold War with communist nations. As soon as the new federal administration takes over, I plan to call on the new Secretary of State, Dean Rusk, with my recommendation, he said.
Okay, Alton Ochsner ends up being on the secret side of things, all right, to try and kill Fidel Castro.
Right. So Alton Ochsner was a... what was his background? He was basically the first doctor, if I'm not mistaken, to correlate lung cancer with smoking, right?
Right. And by the way, I'll be talking about how I gave lung cancer to mice in only 7 days. Why I got his attention, as you can imagine.
Yeah. Every time
so he was, he had a lot of ties to South American leaders, the leader of Panama. And he also had he was rubbing shoulders with lots of celebrities and music people.
Everywhere.
And he was very highly regarded. And allegedly, from what I've read, that he worked with the FBI for some clandestine operation. He did some sort of secret work for the FBI.
We have not only FBI, I have documents in my possession showing that his last contact of Ochsner Clinic was November 1963.
And Alton Ochsner was, when we had Jack Cruz on the podcast a few months back in October, I think it was. He was explaining the history with Ochsner and what was the name of the hospital in New Orleans again?
That's Ochsner Clinic.
The Ochsner Clinic in New Orleans, and how Ochsner
and also
famously
Tulane.
That's what it was. Tulane.
He was associated with Tulane, and we were associated with the Tulane, and also with the Covington, the Primate Research Center. Very important.
Right. And when the Salk polio vaccine was first starting to get rolled out, Ochsner was so behind it, as well as the political people that were behind the first rollout of the Salk polio vaccine.
We've got to go
there
back
was
to the
Bernice Eddy came out and she did this last minute at the 11th hour. Bernice Eddy did this test on a couple monkeys with the polio vaccine.
Well, there's also Sarah Stewart. And
Sarah Stewart, correct.
Unfortunately, he mixed up Sarah Stewart's name with Dr. Mary Sherman's name. It was really Dr. Mary Sherman,
right,
that was working with me in New Orleans.
So right before they rolled out that vaccine, Bernice Eddy did a test on some monkeys and with the new Salk vaccine, and they were paralyzed. She sent photos of that to the heads at the NIH, to her bosses at the NIH, and they all panicked and freaked out and said, "Oh my God, no! Like, we're going to roll this out anyways." And Ochsner was behind this, and he was tied into a lot of political big shots. And Ochsner said, "You know what? We're going to go in front of this auditorium, and now I'm going to inject my 2 grandchildren with the Salk vaccine."
He absolutely did. I sent you a picture. There it is.
His granddaughter died. I think
his
grandson died.
His grandson died in 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks, and his granddaughter was paralyzed, right?
That's right. And he did this in front of the press and everything. Now, that taught him a big lesson. This is what you have to understand. He trusted his doctors. He trusted them. Now he realizes Castro has doctors that trust him, that he trusts. And some of them secretly hate his guts.
How do you manage a hectic schedule and still eat meals that are healthy and convenient? Factor's got your back. It's ensuring you get or keto meals that were fridge and 50 off plus free shipping on your.
Who put it in?
This is a long video, but there's so many important things that she's going to discuss, including more on cancers and x-rays.
You have to understand how there's so many ways to get to Castro.
So Ochsner essentially worked as like a special surgeon for the FBI, right?
No, it's CIA, FBI is only peripheral.
Okay.
He actually founded Inca. He was co-founder.
Inca, yes, that was the radio program, right?
No, this was called
well, they were part of the radio program was part of Inca, I believe.
That's right. They went to over 3,000 radio stations all over Latin America, Middle America, and so on. All right.
And he founded that. There was also some FBI people that were on the board of Inca.
Of course. And one of them was my boss. Let's get started, though. Something I want you to see. This is Thursday, March 15th. Now, I'm going in chronological order here.
Okay.
You've got that for 1960, so on. And when that started, in 62, JFK comes to New Orleans to dedicate a pier. Now, of all the people that hated JFK, Alton Ochsner has to be at the top. Despised the man, hated him.
Why?
Oh, for many, many reasons. He thought he was a communist. Remember, this guy is always, you can't get anybody more anti-communist than Alton Ochsner. That doesn't mean he was always right.
Right.
And this thing, the idea of catering to anything, any demands, he was completely, of course, the CIA told him what they thought of him because of Bay of Pigs and all that.
Right.
Made JFK take the blame. We now know it wasn't him. There's a lot I could tell you about David Ferry and how he thought that JFK was to blame as well. David Ferry is someone that I sent you a clip about him. And I don't know whether you...
David Ferry was a former CIA pilot.
He was always a CIA pilot.
Okay.
The thing is that I say always. I mean, anytime from the Bay of Pigs on, okay, and before he was training anti-Castro pilots for the CIA and things like that. And he was a fantastic pilot himself. But I want you to see this is going to be very remarkable. This is from the Congress of the United States. All right, Thursday, March 15th, 1962. Kennedy is going to come to New Orleans. Guess who is in charge of all the details for his visit?
Who?
Alton Ochsner.
Alton Ochsner.
A
surgeon.
Who hates him. He gets all the medical information about JFK. He gets all the information about remember they had a parade. All the parade information. 1 year later, that's going to become very valuable. We're talking about 1963. A year later, this is March 62. And he knows everybody that are involved with the parades and everything.
Okay.
So anyway, here's the document showing he was in charge of everything for JFK. You go about the center of the document there.
President Kennedy will deliver his address in the city's municipal auditorium about 11 a.m. On May 4th, however, further details of the visit will be determined by the president, the White House conference with Boggs in New Orleans and the New Orleans mayor, Victor Shire, next Thursday morning.
I may have to read where it is. You've lost it.
What does it say? What is the gist of it?
Here. Let me get it back. I'll
Sure.
read the part that. Sorry about that. All right. Okay. Congressman Boggs says all the members that the.
So this was addressed to Oshner?
Just a moment.
Sure.
The International House of New Orleans will sponsor the president's visit to the Crescent City. Congressman Boggs said. Dr. Alton Ochsner, president of International House and as internationally famous surgeon, will be in charge of arrangements in New Orleans for the president's visit.
Okay. Wow. Let me see that.
Yep.
Where's that at?
Just above where you were reading.
Oh, yeah. Dr. Alton Ochsner, president of International House of internationally famous surgeon. Wow. Will be in charge of arrangements in New Orleans for the president's visit, Boggs noted.
Yep.
That's interesting.
Yep.
From the Congress of the United States, House of Representatives, Washington, D.C., for immediate release, Thursday, March 15th, 1962.
Yeah, I've got all kinds of documents other people don't have. Here's a picture. Let's go back a little bit about, as I said, getting my own lab and all that. It got into probably one of the reasons I didn't get killed like almost everybody did who was in these projects is because I was just too much into news. Had newspaper articles and lots of stuff showing me in the labs. Here we go. Yeah, you may want to show it. I can't see well enough to know what I'm doing.
It'll latch onto eyeballs, so you got to cover up her face.
Okay. All right. This is probably in the emails, right? This is a picture of you, I'm assuming, doing some lab work.
Yeah, that was in my lab. Now that lab,
Manatee High Senior Hunt's cancer cause.
Yeah, we've got lots of.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You'll notice one that says national meet there. All right, with scientists. It says it near the bottom. Look.
No, I don't. I'm not seeing that.
Let me see. I may have to show it to you.
Anyways, yeah, no, I get the gist of it.
Well, this is important. Senior attends national meet with scientists right here.
Okay. You have better vision than me.
No, I just know where that's
Okay.
there. What's important is that this wasn't any ordinary. I crashed it, actually, and they were going to arrest me. But I had nobody. I had the work I was doing so advanced that none of the doctors I was working with, even though two of them had trained at Oak Ridge, understood what I was doing. And Dr. Alton Ochsner would be there. Also, Dr. Harold Deal, who was the vice president of the American Cancer Society. All three of them then came to my lab. When they saw what I had, by the way, the lab by then had been, people were scared because of the way the mice looked, with the big tumors and everything. They moved me under the stadium. They rebuilt the lab for me under the stadium.
Okay, so Ochsner came down there. You were already doing all this research on cancer.
Yeah.
You were like a child prodigy cancer researcher at the age of 15.
But now I'm 17.
Now you're 17, and then then Ochsner ships you somehow, recruits you.
No, all right. First of all, when they see what I've got, I was able to show them and proved it with all my documents and everything.
Okay.
Then I gave mice lung cancer in only 7 days.
Yep.
It would take them 4 years to duplicate what I did because it had to be duplicated to prove I did it at Roswell Park Institute by Dr. James T. Grace.
Okay.
I did it in 3 months. It took them 4 years.
Wow.
Yeah, well, you've got to think out of the box.
Okay.
That's the problem. So, All right. So when this happened, they sent me to Roswell Park Institute for training, not just ordinary training. I was in Dr. George Moore, he was in charge of 800 researchers. And they also had a program going on with students and all that they could slip me into. So they had a reason to get me there, And I actually attended seminars that were by Dr. Morand. And we've got a photograph I sent to you. It shows me I'm one of 6 people they pick out to interview. So I got in the papers and all that in Buffalo, New York, and so on. Why is it important? Because I wasn't just in the students, these are witnesses are coming up. Wait a minute.
That's okay. Don't worry about it.
All right.
He'll figure it out.
Okay. All right. Basically, what's going on is that I am not just one of these other students. I'm in Dr. Moore, who runs the whole thing in his personal lab.
Okay.
We're working on a special formula that can grow cancer cells faster than any other formula on Earth.
Right.
Now, why do we want to do that? They want to grow cancer cells fast, and so that it can figure out, they told me, so that it can figure out how.
Steve, there's a full screen button on the top left.
All right, yeah, you'll see, I'm the woman, the girl there on the right.
Okay.
Bottom right, that's me there. And they just picked us. We were supposed to be the outstanding ones, so they grabbed us and put us together. But I mean, we're talking about hundreds, 60. They had about 60 of the students there, and some of them were. Wow. They were from all over the United States and from Hungary and everywhere.
Okay.
Right? But I really was only part of that group for seminars. I was in Dr. Moore's own lab, and at that time we were working with bacteriophages. We were working with a certain monkey virus, and I became an expert in handling this, one of the few. But I helped develop something called the RPMI 1640 formula. It's very complicated. It grows cancer faster than anything. I have a document there I sent you that shows that I was asked to do more research on how to make cancer more deadly.
Why?
Well, they told me it's because we have to figure out how to, if we can grow it faster, it gives us ideas on how to, conquer it. That was a lie. I was being
What
introduced.
was the logic? If we can grow it faster, we can figure out how to conquer it.
Yes.
I might be too dumb to understand that.
Well, the idea being like, if you give kids milk, they're going to grow faster. Therefore, if you want to kill kids, you're not going to give them any milk. That's the idea,
Okay.
Yeah. So it's like that.
Okay.
All right. I fell for it. Okay.
Right.
Because
Okay.
they're prestigious doctors. I believed my doctors. All these important people.
Okay.
After all, I gave cancer to mice in 7 days.
Mm-hmm.
So I had methods that they were fascinated with and everything.
By the way, how would you give cancer to mice in 7 days?
I knew Dr. James Renier. Remember, I said we're a Hungarian family.
Mm-hmm.
My grandmother knew the Renier family, who were born in Vienna, including Dr. Renier, and we're right across the border in Kapovar, just miles away. And of course, they knew each other, is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
My grandmother is very educated, speak many languages and so on. She even went overseas 7 times to get more training in the convent, because that's what girls had to do back then. So Dr. Renier's actually moved to of all places, to South Bend. That's where I was born. That's where my family was. So we have a bunch of Hungarians there. South Bend, Indiana, he is a professor at University of Notre Dame. My family donated land at Notre Dame. You can see a small cemetery. I could get buried there if I wanted, okay? So we're talking about close ties. So yes, of course, the ties continue with Dr. Renier. He ended up being the first person to develop germ-free mice.
Germ-free mice.
We have them all over the place now, because then you can introduce a germ to a mouse and find out really what happens without any interference.
Okay. Pure clean mice.
Pure clean mice. But let me tell you have to put them in an environment where nothing can reach them, no germs, like Bubble Boy.
Okay, right. But how do you give them cancer?
Well, that's the point. Is cancer something you can give them, or is it because of eating or whatever? If germ-free mice and you introduce a certain virus and it causes cancer, bingo. Okay? And I did.
With what virus?
Well, if I mention it, I'm going to get in trouble, right?
Go ahead. No, don't worry about it. We'll say it. We'll censor stuff later.
But I didn't know it was that. They determined that later. I cannot prove that. There's a document I cannot.
And how did you?
Well, let me explain how I did this.
No, I'm curious. Like, so you're trying. Your goal here is to see if you can give these mice cancer.
Well, because I needed cancer in order to. How are you going to go and kill cancer without cancer?
I understand why you're doing it. I'm just trying to. I'm trying to understand this. Okay, so your goal is to give these mice cancer, and what tools are you given, or what are you looking for?
That's what I'm going to tell you.
And where and how do you decide which viruses, and why do you even choose viruses in the first place?
Wait just a second. Okay. All right. So the fact of the matter is that, remember I said I had made a new method of getting magnesium out of seawater.
Yeah.
I had chambers that were built that if one bit of oxygen got into these chambers, it could explode, it could die.
Okay.
All right. So I had to pump argon gas on top of when we're refining the magnesium, at one point. If any oxygen got in, it could explode, and my dad didn't want to lose me, so he helped develop. I had 2 chambers. Well, those turned out to be perfect for putting germ-free mice in. Nothing could get in.
Okay.
Yeah, so we could pump in the air, filtered, and all that kind of thing.
Okay, so where did you get virus?
Well, we didn't know it at the time, but I collected lots of cigarette butts from everywhere, and that virus can be trapped in the cigarette filters.
Can?
All kinds of viruses can be trapped in these asbestos type filters.
Okay.
I mean, we didn't know what they were. It's just they isolated it later. I didn't.
So you were taking cigarette butts, and
we took them from all over it, and so it's beautiful in that way, because we couldn't just say it all came from Manatee County. All my friends collected probably 50 pounds.
And you were somehow taking something off the cigarette butts and giving it to the rats.
Yes. What I was giving them wouldn't have killed a virus, but it would have killed almost any bacteria and all that. They didn't realize anything left. And since they were germ-free, something got them. And then they found out that the mice, had that.
How did you find out?
Well, they were tested, but I wasn't ever. The reason I don't bring this up is I don't have the documents for that.
Okay.
But they understood after they did the testing. That's why I was sent for fast-track training and all that, and especially to work with that virus.
So you gave the mice cancer in 7 days. They went. You sent the tumors off to be tested.
They did. Yeah.
They did. They didn't tell you anything.
See, I had to crash this seminar. I couldn't get anybody to do the proper electron microscope work that had to be done to determine the virus, of whatever was in there.
And then you go to New Orleans.
No. Now, that's what my enemies have said. Oh, straight from high school.
Why do your enemies say that?
Because they tried to claim that I didn't get the special training.
Oh, okay.
And why? Because this stuff.
Oh, but you went to New York where you got the special training.
Right, but more. Then I went from there, and you have something, the abstract. I wanted to tell you what's going on there because it's really important. I gave you a document there.
Okay.
And the document says it should show sister.
We have a lot to get through.
Yeah.
And we're already an hour in.
Okay.
So let's try to move through this a little bit.
All right. You saw the document, so I'm just going to say it this way.
Yeah.
I am doing research, good cancer research under Eli Lilly. I say I had to do an abstract showing you, but today that same St. Francis University claims I never did any cancer research.
Okay.
And I gave you.
By the way, here's a picture of the rat.
Oh yeah, that's just give you an idea of the kind of. Oops, there. Yeah, so when we're talking about scary, you can understand why they want to move what I was doing under the stadium away from.
That's crazy.
Wow.
That's insane. The tumor's bigger than the rat.
That's right. In 7 days, it gets that size. That is a mouse.
Freaking nuts.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So, I mean, it's terrible. Of course.
Yeah.
All right.
Here's the Eli Lilly abstract. Okay, this says bacteriology chairman Gordon Mallet, Eli Lilly, and Indiana University was elected chairman in 1962.
Well, just go down the abstract.
Abstract studies on the increase of in vitro of mitotic.
You want me to read it?
You read it. You're smarter than me. Your IQ is probably doubled mine.
Please. No, I can just do it a little faster. Okay. All right. Studies in the increase in vitro of mitotic activity and melanogenesis, the RPMI number 57113 strain Milano. Okay, says Judith Very and Sister Claire Francis, because I was a minor, I had to have someone with me. Yeah. But this is obviously from St. Francis College, you know.
Got it.
But now I gave you documents showing that they claim, according to them, that they never did any such research. I think I gave you a little piece of paper there to read.
This?
Yeah, because they claim that no research was done, that there was never any Sister Mary Veronica who gave me a scholarship, and that they claimed I said I was 16. Other things are not true. But
this is an original?
Yeah, that's an original.
Written in 2015?
Yeah, from an investigator who asked him. Go ahead and read it.
Okay. I, Thomas R. Rosoff, Sr., went to St. Francis University in Fort Wayne, Indiana. I inquired from a sister there about St. Mary University. This guy's got terrible handwriting. The nun said, "Oh, my old Latin teacher." Later, the
archivist
emailed me that there was no St. Mary
Sister Mary Veronica.
There was no Sister Mary Veronica that taught at that university. This is 10/30/2015. I was surprised that the archivist nun told me an untruth.
Yeah, so they lied and said I never did any research there. I've got some other papers I could show you, but that's the one. I mean, it was
okay.
Yeah,
got it.
So Eli Lilly gave them a brand new parking lot for $1 million right after that.
Oh, that was nice of him.
Yeah. So we, the background, I'm using this just as an example of how everything I did has been scrubbed almost all over. That's why I'm focusing on this, because some of them you looked at, I've said things I can't prove except that I have internal documents.
Right.
All right. So quickly, I'll say, Mr. Rosoff, I finally got a chance to talk with Sister Jo Ellen. While we do have a record of a Judith Ann Very having attended St. Francis, all right, all the other information in the letter is inaccurate. Sister Mary Veronica has not taught here or been an administrator, and I showed you a letter from her.
Right.
Yeah. We did not have sisters who were doctors or research technologists. You saw the one that's in the abstract there, Sister What's Her Face, okay? Right. And we did not do cancer research.
Okay.
All right. Sister Ellen and her doctoral dissertation on the history of the school, however, knows nothing of the situation Judith mentions. That's why. So I'm using this as an example of what they've done all along the line to get rid of me. And then they say, she's not in the record.
Okay.
All right. So that's the easiest one to show you what's going on. All right. Now, so I've got all this special training.
Sure.
They put a lot of money in me. I have memorized the RPMI 1640 formula, which still hadn't gotten out to the public yet, and still had some more tweaking to do. But it was the best formula in the world for growing cancer cells faster than anything.
Okay.
And so they brought me to New Orleans. Now, wait a minute. And here I'm running around with strippers.
Right.
And they can't send some ugly, dirty old man to intercept me. They're out of town. I came 2 weeks early. I was free. And I hadn't been. These people had trained me I haven't even mentioned training at University of Florida, where I also invented a new way to detect cancer in bloodstream and some other stuff. All right. Yeah. So I was doing stuff that would turn out that detection of live cancer in the bloodstream. They needed me later when they were trying to kill so-called volunteers for cancer research that came from Angola prison.
Oh, wow.
I handed you a document showing from Dick Russell about Dr. Heath. I sent you a picture of Dr. Heath with monkeys and all that.
Mm-hmm. With their heads sticking out of the box.
Yeah. Well, he was working with Dr. Silva. Dr. Silva was at Jackson Hospital, and of course, claimed that...
that's this picture, right?
That's right. You see that shop. Well, Dr. Silva is not in that picture, but Dr. Heath is.
Okay.
Dr. Heath works with David Ferry. There's an awful lot of stuff that people don't know about David Ferry. You'll see him in the film JFK. And we became close friends. Why? I wanted to become a nun. The reason I went to St. Francis is I found out they would put me through medical school. It'd be just super, no problem. All right. Anyway, now
That's crazy that they do that to monkeys. That's something out of a
cruelty
horror
is just,
movie.
Believe me, we killed about 150,000.
Could you imagine
lives.
if aliens did that to us?
I know.
Not going to happen.
Just think about it. We've got to reform things. You have no idea how much I admire Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He knows all the stuff. All right, this is a letter. You could just look at it. This confirms that I was sent. I told her before leaving, this is one of my schoolmate chums at University of Florida, okay, and we were taking medical courses together. She's now Dr. Kathy Santee.
Okay.
And you read there, it says that I told her I was going to go to New Orleans because Dr. Ochsner wanted me there, and I'd be entering Ochsner Medical School, which is actually Tulane Medical School. Okay.
Right.
Skip 2 years. It'd be just the last 2 years of medical there. I'd skip college and everything.
Wow.
Now, of course, I had the incentive, and I'd be working with the wonderful Dr. Mary Sherman. So, of course, I went. I don't know whether I gave you. There's so much stuff, and we don't have enough time.
So how did you? So how did you meet Mary Sherman?
Actually, I tried to meet her at David Ferry's.
How did you know about her? Did you know about her previously?
Oh my gosh, she's famous. It's like
really?
Fauci or something today.
No way. Like famous in a negative way, like he was?
Positive.
Okay.
I mean, everybody thought the world of her, but she knew Sarah Stewart. She knew these other wonderful. She was an expert on the.
And what was she famous for?
She was an orthopedic surgeon who was working with polio patients' kids.
Okay.
And that's when she was working with Dr. Ochsner when Ochsner lost his grandson. And they decided to work together to try and conquer this horrible thing that happened with this contamination.
Right. So what happened when he lost his grandson, from what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Salk polio vaccine was supposed to have a dead virus in it, and it had live viruses.
This is Cutter. It's a version of Salk.
Okay.
And don't believe it that every time that they talk about that, they have made it so this polio virus is incapacitated. You know, it's still there, but so it will elicit an immune response. But don't believe the fact that they always kill all of it, or they make it so it's not going to give polio. It happens all the time, every once in a while. So you can eradicate polio and then give everybody keep giving them polio shots, and polio will come back, because you're going to find they just, let's say 99.99% of the time, what they give you is safe. And then this one didn't get inactivated. Let me explain about, for example, the virus. Now, this has nothing to do with, they should allow me to say this, okay, anywhere.
Have you ever looked at a brand and thought to yourself, how do they sell so much? Like Daylight Computer, for example. They're absolutely crushing it. And I've learned that design and branding alone doesn't just make sales. It's the business behind the business that matters. And that's where Shopify comes in. The platform that turns great ideas into great businesses. Because let's be real, nobody does selling better than Shopify. It's home to the #1 checkout on the planet, built to convert visitors into buyers with ease. And the not so secret, Shop Pay. It boosts conversions by up to 50%, meaning fewer abandoned carts and way more sales. That's a game changer. And if you're serious about growth, your commerce platform better be ready to meet customers wherever they're scrolling.
On
the web, in your store, or with Shopify. EANNYJ.
They don't live in the cell inside of your body. They live. I mean, I'm talking about the nucleus. They're on the outside, and they can't affect your DNA. But virus is different. It is a DNA virus. They're not.
NYJONES to upgrade your selling today. Shopify.com/Danny Jones. It's linked below. Now back to the show.
Most viruses are RNA viruses. Ribose. They're not DNA. They don't live in the cell inside of your body. They live. I mean, I'm talking about the nucleus. They're on the outside, and they can't affect your DNA. But virus is different. It is a DNA virus. It can literally penetrate your cell. That is your nucleus. Now, but it's itsy bitsy teeny tiny. Now, when they go and kill all these, they're used to RNA viruses. Oh, you put them in formaldehyde, as you're making your material to make the shots you want to, just go ahead and put them in formaldehyde for 7 days. They're dead.
Mm-hmm.
Virus. It takes 30 days in formaldehyde. They didn't know that. 30
So the
days.
polio virus dies, but the virus lives.
The polio virus is clean and doesn't have the contaminations. They grew the virus on top of chopped up monkey kidneys.
Right.
The monkey kidneys, they're stupid from the beginning, because the monkey kidneys carry so many viruses. This thing was called the number 40. They had 39 other viruses.
Of them, right.
Yeah.
Was 40 the last one, or were there more than 40?
There are more.
Okay.
But this is the one that stood out. It was absolutely.
Yeah, but then so when they made the second version of the polio vaccine, I forget the name of the company that did the second rollout of them that seemed to be more safe. They seemed to be working. They didn't kill the viruses; they just weakened them somehow.
Well, that's the problem. What if you didn't weaken some of them enough?
Sure.
So,
but why would it work better though if they're weaker instead of dead?
Well, the idea, if it's dead, maybe the body's immune system's not going to respond to it.
Sabin was the name of the second
Sabine,
one.
yeah. And but all of these have their faults and flaws. They simply, we have got to get a different mindset. We need to get away from thinking we can solve everything through the immune system and through shots. It's dangerous. We're going too far. I have a lot of people that agree with me that we need to rethink medicine.
How would we rethink it?
Well, you've been taught that everything can be solved with a shot.
No, not necessarily. I think shots are a big part. So
I'm talking about big pharma. What they
big
want
pharma, right? So essentially, the idea is that we introduce a little bit of a virus or some sort of a disease to your immune system that is not harmful, but it builds up the antibodies so your body can learn how to fight this thing.
Let me tell you what's really going on.
Sure.
All right, because it's a little bit worse than that.
Okay.
The theory is excellent. All right, it works to some extent.
It's an ancient theory. It goes back to Marcus Aurelius.
Well, I would say that it's obsolete as far as to what's really going on. Just like we know we don't have really ether up there we have black matter and so on. So we need to upgrade our thinking on this. What we have is the presence of a virus. Let's say it's polio, okay? But the body, if we went to a respiratory virus, for example, and that goes into your system, you get an immune response to deal with it, right? So the idea of shots is that you're going to put this stuff in the body and it's going to have an immune response. And that this stuff is not as dangerous as the real thing would be.
Right.
That's not always the case.
Not always the case.
That's right. And the problem is
human beings make mistakes.
And not only that, but mutations occur. And in the respiratory virus world, that's exactly what they do forever. You can't even, through one flu season, it's already going to change to something else.
Right.
Well, here's the thing. So you've got a percentage of immune response. It's not enough to sell the product. So they put something else on top of it to top it off to make an immune response and say it's for the whole thing. But it's not. It's not for just the virus. They add this stuff on top, and that's artificially making a response that has nothing to do with the original response.
Right.
That's why you have to get boosters.
Right.
And then they can sell boosters forever.
How would you approach it differently?
Well, I was very much pro all these shots and everything, okay? Until I realized that we have never cured cancer. Then I realized that we're making a lot of money with shots.
Sure.
And a lot of money in what we call the cancer treatment industry and cancer treatment palaces. With those big palaces being built and with all their industry associated with treatment, where are all the palaces being built to cure it? There's no incentive whatsoever to cure, and there won't be. We could have cured cancer. I know how to cure cancer.
How?
Bacteriophage.
Who?
See, bacteriophage.
What does that mean?
Bacteriophage means to eat in Greek.
Oh, really?
So you've got a virus that eats bacteria, but also these viruses are they actually can eat viruses.
These bacteria can eat viruses?
No. Viruses, bacteriophage is a virus that eats bacteria.
Oh, a virus that eats bacteria.
But, yes, they use it in all the sewer systems. Think of all the diseases that go into our filthy sewage and everything.
Click on the Wikipedia, Steve.
Wikipedia? Don't you use Wikipedia?
Oh, what do we go? Spookopedia? What's the other one called? What's the one Ian Carroll taught us about? Remember?
Oh,
come on, man! It's like Spookopedia or something. Wikipedia for spooks.
Just stay away. Just put up bacteriophages and just go to images, because then you can
right here,
see
look at this. Is known as informally as the phage, is a virus that infects. Can you zoom in a little bit? A virus that infects and replicates within bacteria and I don't know what that word is. Archaea. The term is derived from the ancient Greek word to devour, phagine.
Okay.
Amen would crucify me for that.
It's very simple. The reason that they don't use it is too easy. Easy to cure cancer with it. They can't make any money.
So bacteriophages are composed of proteins that encapsulate a DNA or RNA genome and may have structures that are either simple or elaborate. Okay.
Anyway, you can engineer them very easily, too easily, they can't patent them, because you can easily engineer them 10 different ways to cure cancer.
Really?
Now, what's wonderful about bacteriophages is once they eat it all up, so they eat up all the cancer cells, leave a bag of pus behind, so to speak, if it's a tumor. All right, well, aspirate that out with a needle, big deal. They go to sleep. They don't wake up until they brush against a cancer again.
So they hibernate in your body.
That's right. And
have you ever tried this?
Well, we were doing that in 1961 in Roswell Park. We were working with bacteriophage.
Really?
Yes.
So how specifically? So you injected this into mice or something? Or monkeys?
Mice, monkeys, we use marmosets actually there. That's in between.
Okay.
Yeah. Marmosets are easy and fast and cheap.
And so you gave these marmosets
they had cancer.
They had cancer, or you gave it to them, or they already had it, one way or the other.
Gave them cancer.
And then you gave them this stuff, this bacteriophage.
Yeah. Well, this was special, but it only took a few months to create it. So you can't patent this stuff because it's so easy to make.
And what happened after you gave them the bacteriophage?
Well, they survived. It went away, and then the marmosets have a short life. But if the cancer started up again, the bacteria woke up. The bacteriophage.
That's crazy.
And we can't get. I've been trying since 1999. We have one company that has. You know what they did? They have trained bacteriophage to go to cancer cells, and guess what? Piggyback inject in chemo. That they can go in, and which is deadly and poisonous.
Yeah.
So here they've trained this bacteriophage to actually go to the cells, but not to kill the cells. Now it take thousands of them, but they're little tiny. They're like little mosquitoes. Wow. They work. You see how simple they are. There are three major. The first things that we created artificially was it virus, the bacteriophage, and the polio virus. Now ask yourself, why would they create these artificially? These three, these are the first they ever created artificially. Wow. You see what I'm saying?
What about for cancer, Steve? What can you find about that in Cancer Together?
Well,
okay, let's keep going. Let Steve do that. He'll find it.
So anyway, there's an awful lot of that. Now here, Lee Oswald is assigned. Oh my gosh, we've got so much to talk about.
Well, let's do it.
All right. So they send him. He's cute. Now, I thought I was in love with a guy, okay? And this guy, let me show. We're gonna have to really move into different areas than I had thought. But let me see if I can find what I had. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm going to show you.
Yeah, right here. Look right here. It says bacteriophages have been studied for their ability to deliver therapeutic agents directly to tumors, making them promising tools for targeted cancer therapy.
See, you could not only can you get them there. I mean, they're not even talking about the fact. Why don't you let them attack the cancer? They can. You see. Wow. And here they can train them to go there. We're not going to use them because El Cheapo can't patent it because it's easy to just do a minor little twist, you know. Yeah, so they won't go there.
Wow.
If you cure cancer, all those palaces are going to go down. If you cure cancer,
you cannot
you want to know why my voice is being silenced. Billions of dollars are at risk. Billions. And I'm just one little voice. They've erased. I can't get my own birth certificate. Mine says female.
What?
I can't. I don't.
Who's hiding it?
It's been. I have in my book. You can see my birth certificates. I've tried. The most recent said that my father's last name is Ward, W-A-R-D. I could go on like that. Can't use it. People say how evil you are because you were married, new married, and here you start having an affair with Lee Oswald. Well, I was married one day when my husband abandoned me. He said, I'm not going to tell you where I'm going because you wouldn't have married me if I told you I'm going to be gone most of the summer. He said, bye-bye, I'm not going to tell you where I am. He took off.
Wow.
But that night, where I lived was raided by the police. By the way, we've gone to the house where the raid occurred. I went with researchers. Always had to have witnesses. And told them what happened long, long ago. It turned out Lee Oswald had put me in a house of ill repute. Now, he'd been in New Orleans for 10 years. He thought it was a nice boarding house, but it had changed, okay? And actually went to the owner. By the way, very fancy place. I have a picture of it. We don't have time for everything, but
right.
It's very fancy. It's in my book.
We're jumping ahead to the affair.
Wait, all right, yes, but I'm going to show you something.
Okay.
I want you to read this postcard.
Okay.
Robert Baker, my husband.
Mm-hmm. For a day.
All right. Now, I've been married a month to him. Now, notice on this, it says it is from New Orleans. Please turn the picture over so you can see the other side. And you can show that to everybody.
Okay.
It's
Greetings from New Orleans.
Right. Okay. Now, where am I living? I'm living in New Orleans.
Right.
He's dropping a postcard as he's coming through New Orleans. He doesn't have time to visit me. That's my new husband. Go ahead and read it.
But he sent you a postcard from New Orleans.
Yeah.
Hi there. Just stopped in New Orleans and thought I'd drop a line.
This is my new husband.
Boy, is the weathering miserable here. I'll be back through in a couple of days. Eat enough. Take care of yourself because I'm loving you. Bob.
Yeah.
Bob Baker.
Yeah. How would you like to get a postcard from your new husband that you don't know where he is or what he's doing? But he'll be through in a couple of days of wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, okay?
Wow.
Now, anybody think that I get raided, I have nobody to help me.
What is this guy doing? What is his career?
Well, he's a scientist. His IQ was so high it was classified.
His IQ was so high it was classified.
186.
Who's he work for?
Yes. But anyway, he ended up as being one of the top scientists at that time he was still getting all his credentials.
Did he tell you this or did you learn this later?
Oh, no, I knew it.
Okay.
I couldn't find anybody compatible with. You have to understand.
And you married him when you were how old again?
Well, I was 19.
You were still 19 and you married this dude you met in New Orleans who
I
happened to be the highest IQ.
Didn't meet him in New Orleans. I met him at University of Florida, and he was because I was taking high math classes and all that's been wiped out. Okay.
Okay.
And met him in one of the classes that summer, and I had plenty of boyfriends. I was very athletic as well, and had earned 4 athletic medals at University of Florida.
Okay.
And all that. And later he would tell one of my sons, I married her for her legs. So anyway.
You had good legs, huh?
Yeah, they still are good. I could show you. It's amazing.
Well, let's keep the podcast.
Yeah, let's try to.
We don't want to make this podcast X-rated.
I'm just trying to say that I was very liberal-minded. I was a good girl. I didn't run around. In fact, I had a lot of boyfriends. University of Florida has just gotten to where they were co-ed just 10 years earlier before it was and it's engineering and science. So I'm sorry, most of the girls there looked like they had horse faces,
Really?
Well, I don't know why.
Yeah.
But I didn't.
Right. You were one of the hot ones.
Yeah. And so I had all these boyfriends. So I didn't want to ruin my reputation. I told each of those boys, I've got a problem, please. Look at these other guys. Please protect me from these other guys. I told every one of them that. So I had a good reputation and I earned it. But he was different. He ended up seducing me because he could beat me in chess.
He could beat you in chess?
Yeah.
Wow. And he told you he was a high-level scientist with a freaking 200 IQ working for the CIA. I'm going to guess.
Well, I'll put it this way. Just like me, he was being handled and, we didn't. Now, all they were interested in was for mathematics. He would end up being in one of the top forever. Exxon made probably billions because of him.
Wow.
If I told you all the stuff he invented, you still see some of the stuff online. All right, anyway, he took off, and if he's interested in something, more important than I was. That's just the way it was.
Okay.
So he abandoned me. I had nobody. I had this phone number. Lee Oswald met me at the post office when I was looking for letters from him. He's supposed to write every day. Is he going to come and marry me? Maybe. I mean, like Lee said, love it to the death. You know?
So walk me through the moment you first met Lee Harvey Oswald.
All right. I'm at the post office. By the way, I didn't have any money because I came 2 weeks early. My grant, I didn't have it, stipend or anything. So I actually got a job flipping burgers, so to speak, because this waitress, she was stopping the job out there and got a raise to where she could work in town. This is 45 minutes. Now, who goes and gets on a bus, goes 45 minutes out to work just 2 hours, just enough to pay for my room, and come back 45. Lee Oswald thought I was out there. Bobby Kennedy was at the Royal Castle where I was working. I had sent monitors there because Carlos Marcello, the Godfather, was right next door, just a few blocks down. And this was open 24 hours. Lee thought, because I was only going out there in the morning for 2 hours and back, this crazy, for what, for $2? I mean, who does that? Thought I was a courier. All this started because when he was sent to meet me, they don't give you all the information. It's just need to know. All he knew about me is I was a cancer researcher that was supposed to work with Dr. Mary Sherman. And David Ferry told him to go and meet me. That's all he knew.
Oh, he was instructed to go meet you.
Yes, but I didn't know that at the time. They want to stop me running around with these hookers and things, that I was doing without realizing I had my first drink, and everything.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, I'm angry because there's no letter. The man said he's going to write me every day and he's going to tell me he's going to come marry me. Well, I don't need him. I mean, if you know I'm very big deal.
Look at these legs. You think I need this nerd?
Okay, it's sort of like that. Yeah, I got pawed over like crazy in New Orleans. Yeah, and so I sure did want that kind of life. Excuse me. I can't see very well.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay,
lower it for you a little bit.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so here I am, and I turn around. There's a nice looking guy behind me, dressed, real decent. Kind of cute. I had been carrying around a rolled up newspaper that had code on it because this Robert Baker didn't want his family to know that he was dating me because they were anti-Catholic and they thought I was Catholic. Now, I had given up on Catholicism. I had become an atheist because when I was at St. Francis University, my father came up there and kidnapped me to get me out of the convent. And so it was horrible. And since God didn't want me, I believed there was no God, I just big deal. I offer my life to God, and what happened? I didn't realize how God was going to use me. So anyway, I'm angry, and there's no letter from this man. He says, well, I might come marry you. We want birth control pills. I thought I was in love. I was in love with sex. I was introduced to sex by this complete, mechanically accurate man. All right.
Mechanically accurate.
Yeah. In other words, he knew how to please, but it doesn't mean he loved. There's a difference.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I didn't know the difference, of course, because that was the only person I ever knew. And he seduced me. He ran away. Actually left. Said, if you won't, be a grown up in this modern age, forget you, And a month later, he came back and all my friends and everything, I ran into his arms. I said, you win, So that's the way it was. And then, so we're going to get married. Well, we did. He said, we got to hurry and get married. I thought it was because he loved me. Actually did. He never said, I love you, by the way. So we go to Mobile, Alabama. Then I found out he did that in a hurry because he's got to get on a quarter boat and do scientific research for this group.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So he's gone. And here comes the police raid. I'm thrown out in the middle of the street. All right. Only number I had was his phone number that came from Lee Oswald. Now back to the post office. He was sent there. I finally figured out. It took me years to realize it was on purpose. But anyway, I have this newspaper with a code on it so that Robert knew I arrived in New Orleans without making a phone call that his parents would intercept and say, are you still doing stuff with that Catholic girl,
Mm-hmm.
And I dropped the newspaper. He picks it up. It's got code on it. Jario de Jario. I mean, it looks weird.
Yeah.
And I thought, I'm going to flirt with this guy. I know Russian. Who knows Russian? I'll say something. He'll say, what did you say? So, yeah, I'm going to do that. So I go, he picks it up and hands it to me. I go, Karasha Tavadish, like that. I thought he'd say, he answered me in Russian. What? He said, it's not wise to speak Russian in New Orleans.
What year was this again?
This is 1963.
This is 63?
April 26th, 1963. That's when I met him.
Oh my God. He was just back from Moscow, right?
He's only been back less than a year.
Wow.
But wait a minute. I knew these spies. I told you about one, Tony Lopez Fresqueta, I've dated. His father was the finance minister of Cuba for Fidel Castro.
Right.
And he was secretly CIA. I learned so much stuff from Tony, you wouldn't believe. Then I knew all this stuff from Knut Mickelson, who was a CIA guy who taught me all kinds of tradecraft. He thought it was funny. I learned how to do invisible ink, all kinds of. Lee Oswald thought I was trained by the CIA, but it was by people who liked me. I mean, who were involved. And I didn't know.
Wow. So when you met him,
he thought I was CIA just like him. He had only given the information to intercept me and make sure I got to meet David Ferry because Mary Sherman would be there and we were supposed to meet.
So what was it like when you guys first met? You bumped into each other. He dropped his newspaper. You talked to him in Russian. Then what? What did he ask you? What did he say to you?
Well, it's like this. I said that to him. He said, it's not wise to speak Russian in New Orleans.
Right.
He said, can you wait a minute? And then he asked for stuff for him. He had to pretend to. And so I heard his name. Is there anything here for Mr. Lee H. Oswald? Is the way he said it. So I knew his name right away. And boy, that set off a bell in my head because he was big news in the news. And I remember stuff I read. He was big news in the newspapers, way back. And his picture there.
From what again?
Well, he was a so-called defector.
Yes.
And he was front page. Everything had to do with.
This was all over the news before all this.
Oh my gosh, yes. And here he's walking around a free man. No way. I knew too much. And so, you know what I said in the right way? When he said, he confirmed that he had been in the USSR for 30 months and he'd come back with a wife and child. I said, you are a hero. You are a shining hero. He was shocked. I knew enough to know what kind of man he really was. He wasn't ready for that, All he knew is I was some kind of asset he's got to make sure and protect till they get back. That's all he knew. When I say he was a hero, he dropped his guard. He wasn't ready for that. He was so used to, and he had gone through just like Knut Mickelson. His family does not have anything to do with him or anything. They think he's horrible. When he's not, he's one of ours. And to have someone he could talk to, this is how it started. We hit it off right away. Because he thought I was in as deep as he was. It's only because I knew all these words and terms. I knew the acronyms and everything. It's because of the people I associated by that time for 2 years with anti-Castro patriots. I knew so many things. Yeah. So by the time he and David Ferry realized that David Ferry had asked for an assistant to help. Because it turned out he had to make lots of plane flights to Miami, try and get his pilot's license back. Long story. But so they asked for an assistant, and both of them thought they said a female instead of a male because he was homosexual, and they thought they didn't want anybody to seduce. I have the witness who was supposed to be there, Michael Costanianto. Okay, very difficult name. Anyway, he's the one that did the Promise program. He was very young like myself. In fact, he was like 50. Okay, and so they were expecting someone young, and they thought, well, they sent a girl because they don't want to have a guy because Ferry has been accused of seducing young kids, and that wasn't true. They were teenagers, but,
young boys.
So they thought they sent me instead, and that was not true. It was Michael was supposed to go, and we have his statement and everything. Okay. But I'm there. Because Michael stayed with Guy Bannister for a while, bugging his stuff, so he didn't get there in time. So then I was in there, so Michael did something else. All right, so now I'm with Lee, and Lee says, look, we got to get you out of the YWCA. You don't want to be with the strippers. That's when he put me in this place. He called ahead of time, and he thought, way he worded, he shouldn't have done it. He said, I've got a very pretty girl here, and she's a very nice girl. Where's the best place I can put her? And when they named the place, he knew it was a good place, but no, it had changed. The guy on the other end thought he meant he was trying to put somebody in who was a high-class prostitute. Poorly. He didn't mean that at all. It's just the way he worded it.
Yeah.
It came out that way. Now I hate him. I'm out on the sidewalk, been kicked out. I hate him. I hate Robert Baker. I hate Dalton Ochsner, where all the men in my life have ruined. My father got me out of the convent. I am totally anti-human being male. Kind of thing. And Lee has to deal with me. He feels very bad about what happened, tries to make up for it, and finally moves me into this lady's house. And I have the front room, front apartment, and she is adorable. She knew Lee from the time he was a little kid, and went to Sunday school classes, and she taught arts and crafts and all this kind of thing. And he gave her a puppy. Anyway, to make a long story short, her name was Susie Hanover. She had a little girl that stayed that summer with her great-granddaughter, Claudia, who saw Lee there with me at that apartment so often. A couple of years ago, and she went on, she's on film and tape and everything. She saw Lee with me at my apartment so much, she thought he lived there. So I have lots of, she's only one of many witnesses I have. All of that is ignored completely. Now, why?
Is she still around?
Oh, gosh, yes.
Okay.
I'd sent you a picture of her. I've sent you a picture of various witnesses I've got.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the questions, a lot of your detractors bring up is like, you have no hard proof you ever met Lee because there's no photos, right? But we're also talking about the 60s, the early 60s.
Yeah. Tell me how many people carrying cameras around.
Right.
But also Lee Oswald is pretending to be pro-Castro. He is protecting this group that's trying to create a biological weapon to kill Castro.
Right.
And they've done it over 600 attempts.
And how is Lee involved? How is Lee Oswald involved in this so-called plot to create a biological weapon to assassinate Castro?
I'm going to explain that to you, okay? Because you don't want to have too many people involved. We have a ring of labs. None of the people in the ring know about anybody else. Only the part of the project they're working on.
There were over 159 covert medical research facilities in the U.S. at that point.
Yeah. Well, believe me, I have documents. I've shown you one of them about Dick Russell showing that.
Who's this?
That is a worker at Riley, and her she corresponded with me. She's a witness that, yes, I did work at Riley.
The coffee company.
Coffee company, not shop. You see, somebody said coffee shop, and I said, aha, you're looking at something that's 25 years old from the past, and they're trying to say, Lee and I just worked at a coffee shop.
So it was like a company, a coffee company, that you weren't necessarily pouring coffee like a barista.
No, of course not.
What were you doing specifically?
I was a vice president's secretary. Me at 19 years old, who could only type 19 words a minute, it went up to 21 at the time.
Okay.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
So you guys were shipping loads of coffee all over the country?
That has nothing to do with it. These were cover jobs that were hardly there.
So it was coffee, a coffee company.
Coffee company.
For what was it a cover for?
Well, we had to have some proof of how we were surviving there for what we were doing. So you have to have what they're called cover jobs. And I gave you a particular, I saved all of them. Now understand that we were told
this is a legitimate pay stub.
And I've got all of them.
I mean, this thing is, you can tell it feels like it's decades old. And it says right here, date June, it's printed on here with a typewriter, June 7th, 63, salary $46.
Yeah. Well, I've got a whole bunch. I can't bring everything with me because something could happen to them. I just show you an example.
WMB Riley and Company, New Orleans, USA.
Yeah. Well, I've got all of them. Now, I saved all of them because we thought we were saving America from Castro's Third World War. Okay. We want to get rid of Castro, but we don't want the United States blamed. How do you do it? He gets cancer. He gets lung cancer.
Right.
Who knows more about giving lung cancer? All right, because we killed at least 150 monkeys that summer. Anyway,
so I'm sure they had a bunch of ideas on how they could whack him. But
now understand that Lee and I have 11 of those together. We were hired the same. We went
Wait, what? We're looking at multiple pay stubs now?
Yeah, these are all mine.
These are all yours? Okay.
But he has them too.
Okay, got
it. They confiscated his, but they match mine.
So you guys started working at this coffee company the same day?
Wait. But there's more. A lot of people don't know because there are only 2 documents in the Warren Commission thing. Actually, we spent 1 week at what's called Standard Coffee before going there. That was also owned by Riley, but only 8 people were working there, and they're trying to say we didn't meet each other, but that's so ridiculous. Again, get this. Standard Coffee were there 1 week, and they laundered our records there. Okay? And then that same day, we got all the records showing we were transferred together the same day to Riley. And we started work the same day in 2 different departments of the same company, of course, but I had to cover for him. And that means when in the morning, he would check in, and I've got the records. By the way, I had to force the FBI using a contact they had, because the FBI had the record showing that I was the one. 7 times out of 11, I had to go and okay Lee's cards. That's why they had me as vice president secretary, because he was in charge of finances and security. If they ever had a trouble with anybody's time card, so you're supposed to write made 40, personnel was. And they said, yeah, he's been there 40 hours, and there's his time card. They couldn't do it for him because they didn't know where he was. So 7 times out of 11 weeks, the cards came to me, and I marked them. I gave you one to show you. It has the J on it. I showed you one. You have one.
Oh, I have one of the time cards that you signed off on?
Yeah, that's that blue sheet. Where's the blue sheet?
This one. This? No, not this.
Shoot.
I don't think I have a blue one.
Well, it originally was blue, but
okay.
You've got it.
You're not talking about this though. This is the passport.
No, that's passport. I would have talked about that because it's hilarious.
You might have it, Steve. Look for a blue sheet.
A blue sheet.
Well, it's not going to be there.
No.
I brought it with me. Oh, here it is.
Oh, there you go.
Here it is. This is authentic. Here, you can see my J. That's on his second last. You see, that's signed by the National Archives. They did a special signature for me because they cheated online and said I didn't sign certain numbers, and then they see. You see their initialed even.
Lee H. Oswald, $60.
Yep. You see where it says J, and it's supposed to say made 40, but the 40 has been kind of erased. You see that?
Yep. At the bottom.
I'm verifying he was there for 40 hours when he wasn't. Okay. Now somebody had to verify for me because I wasn't. The vice president himself had to verify for me. He's former FBI agent, and he did that.
Wow.
So now here's the thing. What's interesting about this? You've got clock-ins. I just want to show you one more thing. I want you to look at the 5. Look when he clocked in, and now he was being good there.
On which one, left or right?
On the left, you see when he clocked in.
He's clocking in around 8. One day he clocked in at 9:37.
Yep. Oh, often it was later than that.
And then he clocked out at 6 that day. But there's no clock out on any of those days.
No, wait a minute. Now look at the clock out. Yeah, no, it's right next door. See where it says 5 o'clock?
Yeah.
Now see, notice how even it is on there. Say 5 o'clock, 5:01. You see that?
Yes.
That's me clocking him out.
Yeah, but this says clock in though for lunch. There's a first clock in. There's a first clock in on the very left for the morning. Then there's a lunch out and a lunch in. The out is like it has something typed. It says female employees half-hour lunch, and then it says in 5:05:05:501. And one of them says
no,
6.
that 5:01 is when they're clocking out. It doesn't show the lunch in there.
Oh, okay. Okay, got it. It's under the lunch tab. That's why I was confused.
Notice how big it is on the one side, like you said 9:30 or whatever.
Yeah.
But on the other side, listen, I'm doing it 5 o'clock, or maybe 5:01. Because I am the secretary. I could go and pull his card, bingo, put it in there in front of everybody.
Right.
And I want out of there at 5. Yeah. So I've got a whole bunch of them showed 5, 5:30, or 5:30. All of them. On the other side, it's like one time 7:32 p.m. is when we had to clock him out because this is a long story. So I'm saying this.
So where was he during this?
Oh, he was doing all kinds of anti-Castro stuff, but pretending to be pro-Castro.
Okay.
Infiltrating. And he found out that the anti-Castro people were working with CIA and the FBI to kill Kennedy. And he found out
the anti-Castro people.
Plus.
You're talking about
FBI,
the Cuban exiles.
That's right.
Were working with who to kill Kennedy?
With the mafia, FBI, and CIA to kill Kennedy. And they had money coming in from military industrial complex and big oil.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a cartel, you might say, or cabal. It was a group of them. And the reason it worked is because they could point the finger at anybody and they said, point right back at you. They made sure they involved so many agencies in so many ways that nobody could accuse anybody but Lee Oswald, who knew about them. They've got it. So he's the first murderer ever on television.
First person to be murdered on live television.
On live television. Because it's so desperate. Because once it got transferred to a public site, he'd be able to contact the CIA and get out of it. They would do something.
Let's take a quick break. I got to take a leak real quick, and we'll jump right back in. We're back, people.
I thought I'd love to tell everybody about Lee's passport application here, because I'll show you some of the inside stuff that people never noticed all these years until I pointed them out. Now everybody, researchers know, but how they could have these things for 35 years, 45 years, and 50 years even. And I after 50 years, I had to point this out to them because they never saw it.
This passport document?
Yep. Oh, they knew about the document. They didn't look at it very closely.
Let's see. Lee Harvey Oswald, P.O. Box 30061, New Orleans.
Okay.
L.A., October 18th, 1939?
That's when he was born.
Oh, that's when he was born. Okay. 5'11", blah, blah, blah.
All right, wait a minute. I'm going to tell you about this, all right?
Okay.
See where it says 5'11"?
Yep.
All the documents having to do with the U.S. government that he filled out, even Marines, say 5'11", but he was only 5'9".
Really?
Yeah, it's that way because these
Short king.
No, they did that. David Ferry's the same way. He was 5'10", and it says that he's 5'11" on his. We have other documents showing that they always had they're always taller on their official documents when they're CIA. It's at least all the files that were from 63.
Interesting.
Yeah. Now notice, please, I couldn't prove.
Oh, the passport was issued June 25th, 1963.
Well, when was it actually? When did he make the application?
When did he submit the application? Where am I looking? October, is it? No, that's not it.
Well, let me tell you, it is on the document, but without wasting time, he submitted it.
September 10th?
No. Get this. This is June 25 when he got it.
June 25th, 63.
He submitted this application on June 24.
Where is it on here?
Yeah. Yes, it's got to be. Let me see. It's got to be. Look on the other sheet. Look on the sheet, the black and white one here.
The black and white one?
That's the back of it.
This is the back of it. Okay.
Yeah. I'll point it out if.
Yeah, I can't find it. You can probably find it.
Yeah, I'll have to show you. Hold on. Excuse me. Here it is down here. June 23rd. Look, down here is when it was applied. The application. See? June 23.
June 24, 1963. Passport issued June 25th, 1963.
There you go. See? One day. 24 hours. They flew the man in. Now, notice there are two different. I couldn't prove this until we got it out in color. Finally came out in color like 2018 or something.
Okay.
No, wait a minute. But notice the color of the guy who signed the passport says Arthur Young. Hard to read the Young. You see the Young? But his actual name was Charles Thomas. That is kind of a joke. There was the Arthur Young here is actually associated with Bell Helicopter and all that. That is kind of a joke. Now there's more. Notice the colors, magenta ink. See it?
Yep.
Now, Lee said to me, CIA tells me what my occupation is going to be. Now, notice the occupation, what ink color it's written in.
Red?
All right, it's the same magenta red as the signature of the guy, the customs officer. Got it?
Got it.
Who filled it out, the occupation? Was it Lee?
No.
No, it was actually, this guy is a CIA officer, associated with customs. Filled in photographer.
Photographer.
So Lee became a photographer according to the CIA, okay? That's his official, all right. Now, he got this in one day, right? He had to turn in a passport that was covered with Soviet stamps. Bang, 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 bang from the Soviet Union.
He didn't even try to make the handwriting look similar to Lee's.
No, he didn't care. No, not at all. Good observation. All right, but there's more. I went to look on that black and white one to see where he intended to go. This is a guy, a returned defector, supposedly hated the United States.
Yeah.
All right, look where he intends to go. You see the list? I'll point it out to you if you can't see.
Yeah, I can see it on the right, but it's hard to read.
I'll read it for you. Okay. All right. Not because I have good eyes, but because I have good memory, mostly. Right. All right. So we're talking about, it says at the top here, wow, this is really hard to read. You're right. I'll start at the bottom here. You've got, all right. You've got England, France, Germany, Holland, USSR, Poland. Wait a minute. Poland belongs to USSR.
Right.
And USSR. How many? This guy wants to go back to USSR after turning in a passport full of stuff about the USSR. He gets his passport in one day in the middle of the Cold War. Does that sound normal?
No.
No.
Not at all.
Not at all. Why did people, well, that was noticed, but what they didn't notice, it says here, it's hard to read on this, but Marina Prisakova is his wife. It says, when did you marry? But we have better, sorry, this copy's not so good, but we have better copies. It says, when did you marry her? It says, he filled it out April 31st, 1961. There is no April 31st. He put that on this passport application. It's a lie. There's only goes to April 30.
I think he did that on purpose, or do you think he did that by mistake?
No, he did that on purpose. I'll tell you why he did it. Now, this may sound funny, but he said, I could have put my name Santa Claus there, and they still would have passed it. It didn't matter what he put. Now, I'm going to go further, because they've taken this off the internet, but I do have the documents. But when he left USSR, he had to get extra money because he didn't have enough money.
Right. He was writing letters to them. Like, I remember he was writing lots of letters back and forth to, I think, Marina, actually. I'm telling her that, you know, that he didn't like it there and he didn't have
No, all right. No, we're talking about he is married to Marina. He is living in the USSR with her, and he's trying to get a loan from the U.S. State Department.
I didn't think he was with her when he was there. I thought she was still back in New Orleans.
No, he married her. She's Russian. She's a Russian. He was forced to marry someone over there so he wouldn't get deported.
Oh.
So it's not a marriage made in heaven. All right. But he loved her good enough after, you know, I mean, he chose her as far as that goes. Okay. But it was...
Who was he writing letters to then and sending them back to
his mother,
the US?
Marguerite. That's not Marina. Don't get them mixed up. It's easy to do. Okay. So, I mean, there are so many things I can tell you, but here's the bottom line, and it's important. He wants his baby to the United States, or little June. He's not going to lose his baby no matter what. That's a big embarrassment and what happened, he told me the Eisenhower administration had him, and when they transferred over to Kennedy, CIA hated Kennedy, and they didn't give him a lot of information. He lost a lot of his contacts because CIA did not follow up, and then he wanted to go back to the United States. He's worthless. He can't contact anybody.
Right.
So he asked to go back. So he goes, he risks his life without papers, went all the way to the U.S. Embassy. If they had found him, checked him on the train all the way there, they could have executed him.
Right.
That's how much he wanted to get back to the United States.
Right.
Right? And he wants his child. And he's not going to give up. Bobby Kennedy helped get him out. There's a lot of stuff you guys don't know. I've got the documents of so much of this stuff because I was able to pick up this stuff before because of certain names that they've lost track of important names and released stuff they shouldn't have, and then we can make the links, okay? And I knew the names, and these guys have forgotten. Like I say, one I've mentioned a lot, okay, is Raul Aparicio. They released hundreds of pages on him because they didn't realize how important he was. They forgot all about him. All right, he turns out to be very important to prove that Lee Oswald actually went to Mexico City. All right, now here we're talking about Lee Oswald trying to get out of the Soviet Union. He's got to have enough money to get his wife out and his child. So he asked for State Department loan. In small print, it says you have to be a bona fide, a good citizen of the United States to get this loan. So we had 6-page document, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages, okay? And they were on the internet, but since I mentioned it, they have scrubbed it, okay? But I've got the copies. They're too precious for me to bring with me because I don't know, you know. But they were in the National Archives. A lot of this stuff has been filched. So here we have 6 pages. It says, Oswald, makes an application just like this passport application to fill out, and it all goes well. What he was on page 5. What did you do for your employer in the Soviet Union? The entire page is blank. They still get some money.
Nice.
It's completely blank. Now, was he really pro-Soviet? When we're in New Orleans, he's pretending to be pro-Castro. We're not going to have a picture of a guy pretending to be pro-Castro with me who wants to go and kill Castro. Are you kidding?
Right.
It's the last thing you're going to do.
Right.
All right. But on the other hand, he's pretending to be pro-Castro, and that's how it was so easy to frame him. Yeah, he knew too much. He knew the inner workings. You understand that everybody I worked with was murdered. Murdered. Except Oxner, of course. All right. I sent you a picture. You've got it. Of Dr. Mary Sherman.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was Lee. All right. These are. You just saw a witness. These are witnesses I have. They're on tape and film. She said I saw. I double dated with her and all that.
Find the photo of Mary Sherman, Steve.
I'm looking for it. It's the carcass. Okay, the carcass with the arm missing.
Oh, you got her dead body on there?
Yeah. No, I have it. So it's.
Oh, is that it?
No, shows unfortunately that shows a guy who had cancer, and then they gave him the.
Oh yeah.
Guess what kind of shot, and that's what happened. Yeah. Okay.
It's not in.
He can't find it.
Okay. Now that is when Dallas asked, was Oswald Mexico City? We have something going on. Lee Oswald and I are trying to get out of this whole system. And Lee Oswald and I were going to get fake, brand new passports, brand new IDs, and we're going to live in Mexico. Now, that part in Mexico, they knew about it. Over in Mexico City knew that. So when Dallas is asking for pictures, was Oswald in Mexico? They send this. Of course, it's not him at all.
No.
Well, that's why they did that, because they don't want anybody to know that Lee Oswald actually was going to Mexico City. And now, why did they send him there? All right, he's in Mexico City. He's down there to drop off the bioweapon to a contact.
This is the story when he claims to be going down there so he could get to Cuba.
Well, actually, he never wanted to go to Cuba.
Exactly, but that was the story.
That's the story, because that's how they framed him. All right. He only wants to try to look like he's getting into Cuba, so CIA will be satisfied that when nobody showed up to pick up this. Now, why was he the courier? We developed such a relationship, but if he gets down there and then he changes his identity, and he was working with people that were under Win Scott.
Yes.
Win Scott did not know a thing about what.
Who is Win Scott, for people that don't know?
Well, he was at Mexico City Station down there. He was a big shot.
Yep.
All right. Now, unfortunately, he was working with James Jesus Angleton.
Right.
Lee Oswald was handled by Angleton.
Mm-hmm.
And Angleton actually told Lee this when he came back from the Soviet Union.
Angleton mentioned?
I don't trust you because you did not come back in a coffin.
Wow.
And Lee said, you know how expendable I am? Somebody's telling me that.
Mm-hmm.
I've got to prove myself. So one of the things that happened when nobody showed up to pick up this, they we now know they lured him there so they could say, look, he's there to consort with the Russians, consort with the Cubans.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually trying to get a visa so he can get a transit visa just to the airport in Cuba where he has a backup contact that could pick it up.
Right.
And he's got to say that he's on his way to the Soviet Union. You can't say he's on his way back to Mexico because that's where we want to hide. So he has to say somewhere else. So he says Soviet Union. He pretends he knew already his visa had been canceled by the Soviets weeks ago. Okay? But he's telling them down there at the
Mexico City desk.
Mexico City Russian embassy.
Right.
Telling them, hey, look, I don't know whether my visa came through. Get me a rush visa. You can do that. They said, well, it's going to take 10 days. You know what he said? I don't have 10 days. This is a special case. I only have 3 days. Now, why did he say that? That's on record. Because the bioweapon would be dead after 3 days. Okay? They said, are you out of your mind? You've got 10 more days on your visa. We probably could get you a visa by then.
Yeah.
In fact, it came through on his birthday, October 18th. Okay? He was already back. They ordered him back to Dallas by then.
Wow.
So you've got it on record. He's saying, I only got 3 days. It's because he was carrying the bioweapon and trying to
Get to Cuba.
off. That's right. So he's got to try and get it to Cuba. He's got to make the effort to make it look like he wants to go to Cuba. Remember, he really doesn't. By now, he's figured out, wait a minute, I'll bet they never wanted the Cubans to get this thing, and they just got me down here.
So, okay, let's go back to when I asked you what Oswald's whole part was.
Well, I have one more quote to make, just
Okay.
one more.
Okay.
He goes again to the embassy. When that doesn't go through, he tries to reach Raul Aparicio. He runs into Teresa Proenza. Proenza is saying, I'm sorry he's not there. He had to go to the hospital. And by the way, Aparicio's office is bugged for that same day Lee Oswald showing up. Cuban embassy is not the same as a Cuban consulate. Cuban consulate is where he's trying to get the visa, transit visa, just to go through Cuba to drop this thing off with a contact.
Mm-hmm.
And then on his way to Russia, if he has to show somewhere to go, and he sure doesn't want to say he's going back to Mexico because that's where we're going to hide. So he uses that because that's logical.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And Marina has already been approved to go to Russia, so he's got a point. I want to go, join my wife there.
Got it.
But that's not true. What's really going on,
Got it.
He had gotten Marina pregnant again to get an anchor baby so that he could divorce her, and the baby would not be deported. Because the baby, if they had divorced without that baby being born, the one in the United States, they would have deported Marina and the baby.
Out of the U.S.?
Out of the U.S., of course, because
so they wanted to have the baby here.
So you have to have an anchor baby because they're going to get a divorce. Otherwise, they're going to send her back because it's Cold War. They don't. It's like Chinese today or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I get it.
Yeah, it's just too bad.
So let's go back to when you.
Well, I just want to say this one thing.
Okay.
He tries again. The Soviet embassies. He puts a gun down on the table. He said, "Look what I have to carry," and they take the bullets out right away. They think he's nuts. You've got to get me this visa right away. I know you can do it. Later, he will try, and they're saying, "What's the matter with this guy?" He's acting crazy. The FBI is after me. Why would he? Because we were going to hide in Mexico, and we would be working as pretending to be pro-Castro, and our reason for hiding would be that the FBI was after us. Therefore, we would be legitimate as, working for the Castro and working for communists, okay, when we're really going to be informants for the CIA. That's what really was going on. They don't want any of this stuff to come out. In fact, the day that Lee crosses the border on his way to Mexico City, there was a plane that was supposed to pick me up. Alexander Rourke and Jeffrey Sullivan were pilots. They were shot down the same day Lee's crossing the border. They were going to pick me up, and they shot him down. It's on record.
They shot him down where?
Over Cuban waters. Now, there's something...
Really?
Well, here's the thing. If you look at the map, you'll see from Belize straight over to Eglin Air Force Base where I was there. And I've got all kinds of...
So where were you when he was going down to Mexico City to go to that
I had
Moscow
my bags
desk?
packed, and I was on my way to Eglin Air Force Base, okay, where Jeffrey Sullivan and Alexander Rourke were going to pick me up. By the way, of all kinds of... Yeah.
Okay.
And fly me to Mexico.
Got it.
To Cancun. Cancun was all by itself. I sent you something about Dr. Willis Andrews IV. He had done an excavation in Cancun. And by the way, less than 2 years ago, 15 researchers and I went to Tulane and we got evidence. Yes, indeed. They excavated in July of 1963 there. In August of 63, they had an exhibit at Tulane University showing they left food, water, everything there because they were intending to go back. They never did. Lee and I were going to go there. And they, of course, they got us to say Cancun there was nothing there at the time. No, we have proven that everything was there. And we have the documents and everything. We got the last written document from Tulane University. It's in my book. It's just so important because they were trying to say, look, nothing was there but a sandbar and, you're lying and, you couldn't go to Cancun. You got that mixed up because he said you're going to go to a fine hotel. The fine hotel is a 2-day walk away at Chichen Itza, where I wanted to climb Chichen Itza and all that, where the Mayaland Hotel was built in 1939, where CIA often went for R&R. All right, that's only 2-day walk away from where we were going to land at Cancun.
Wow.
they're trying to say the fine hotel I'm saying was that we were, as if Cancun were a built-up city, and obviously it's contratemps. No, they're lying. And of course, we have the documents showing now that they actually had coconuts there. They had weeks of supplies. They had a landing strip for CIA to use there. Yeah.
I want to rewind a little bit and go back to when after you guys first met, you were
It took a while to get to
recruited by these people that were all working under Alton Ochsner, including Mary Sherman and David Ferry, and there was
and we have new witness showing that David Ferry did meet. His name is Rhett Accardo. His father's a orthopedic surgeon, worked with Dr. Sherman, introduced David Ferry. Introduced David Ferry to Mary Sherman. So we have all these connections, or I wouldn't talk about them.
So at what point did you figure out that you, Mary Sherman, Alton Ochsner, David Ferry, and Lee were all a part of this covert plan to take out Castro?
Well, what happened is that accidentally I was put on the covert side. I was never supposed to be on the winning side, because I came early, and Lee and all them thought I was, because of all the knowledge I had and speak Russian and had and mentioned I was going to work with Mary Sherman, and they had asked for an assistant. And it's this need to know thing could really backfire because they didn't give enough information. So I ended up being on the side that was winning. Well, I really messed things up. And when they were going to go and inject volunteer prisoners, that if this worked, it would kill them. When I objected, they kicked me out and sent me back. But they had a problem, because if I'm just sent back and I'm not doing any more cancer research, people say, what happened in New Orleans? So they put me in a very fancy, high-class Peninsula Chem research. And I've got all the documents showing I did high-class research there, because they've got to some way divorce me from cancer research, but not make it, so they put me in with NASA contracts and all that kind of thing.
Okay, so how long were you working with Mary Sherman and David Ferry in New Orleans on this cancer research?
At first, he would have nothing to do with me, because we met in public, and she doesn't want to acknowledge. I mean, I didn't realize how secret all that was at that point. But about some days later, I'm taken and introduced to her by David Ferry, and she apologized for not speaking to me at the party where she had to pick up tumors, actually, from David Ferry, and it'd show up at this party, and I'm there, and she wouldn't speak to me, and I was hurt. I couldn't understand what was going on. The book is, everything's explained in my book, so you can see what really was going on. Anyway, so Mary apologizes, and then she said, look, by the way, this is the day that they conquered Mount Everest, so I've got the dates, because I remember all these dates, Mm-hmm. So it was the anniversary of the conquering of Mount Everest. That's what they're talking about when Mary introduced me. David Ferry sitting there, wow, David is here. And, she apologized for not talking to me at that time, said, look, we've got big fish to fry here. We've got a big problem. We thought we were just trying to take out Castro, that this is very important to take him out because save the world from World War III. Boy, I was all for that. He was aiming missiles at my family in Florida. What the heck, and everybody. And I saw it like somebody today would say, hey, if you could take out Putin and it would look like just cancer and nobody would guess it was bioweapon, would you do it? And save us from all this Ukraine stuff and all the all the dangers. So I was given a song and dance, and all of us were really. Ochsner knew what he was doing. That man, if you knew that he had advisors he was working with, they even stopped the Vietnam War from. Anna Chenault was good friends. Her husband died in Ochsner's clinic. I mean, or he went there diagnosed with cancer and everything. That she went to Ochsner before they went to the summit. She's the one that called off the summit. Anna Chenault did. That would have stopped the Vietnam War. These people didn't. They wanted the Vietnam War to happen. Kennedy would not give it to them.
Oh yeah.
So
they also, the Joint Chiefs of Staff also had a plan
Ochsner's knee deep in all these people
to nuke China and Russia before Russia was able to get their hands on ICBMs, which would have been in January of 1964.
See, these things, so you understand that we felt an urgency. You take out Castro, and CIA is going to focus on taking Cuba because then they can do a revolution. With Castro gone, get Cuba back. And that means maybe they won't take out Kennedy. Now, we weren't sure, but we thought that they would leave Kennedy alone because they'd have their little victory over Kennedy. You know, we got Cuba back anyway, that kind of thing. And that they would get more power over Kennedy. But you know what? They'd already made up their mind. They didn't care what happened to Castro. So Lee has been actually trained to keep this stuff alive. We showed him how to do that.
You guys showed him how to keep these viruses alive.
That's right.
And travel with them. Did he travel with like a little like ice pack thing?
Well, no, because that would have been what it was. We had a special, it looks like just a regular lunch, a thermos. Only the thermos has air vents and everything. If you took, I had a different kind of indicator. Indicator tells you how much acid or base is. As it gets more acid, you have to change the medium inside and put new. He had one change. He could make one change. So we had basically 2 thermoses. You can't carry 3 or 4. You know, you can't. Okay. Nobody. But if you looked at it, literally, you could put it in your mouth and gargle with it. It tastes almost like chicken soup. I'm saying that because the cancer cells are sticking. This is a giant test tube, really. It's all glass inside liner. That's where the cancer was. The fluid in between keeping them alive. Only thing would be there would be like maybe some dead cancer cells or something. Nothing alive. So, I mean, you could literally, if you wanted to taste it, it tastes like weak chicken soup. Who'd want it? No, it'd be like bone broth. Yeah, it'd be like bone broth. You'd never guess.
So you guys taught him how to travel with this cancer thing.
And how to change the fluid one time. So
how to change the fluid to keep it alive.
That's right, because you only have 3 days.
3 days.
Yeah.
And it's
got to get light. It's got to get, you tend to get any of that.
So you guys packed him up with this stuff before he went down to Mexico.
That's right.
And
the entire detail on how we did it is all in the book. And I've got, you can see all kinds of documents and everything.
And what was his plan once he got to Cuba?
All right. Well, no, originally he didn't want to go. Remember, he didn't want to go to Cuba.
Well, who was he going to give this to?
He was supposed to just go to a souvenir shop and sit it down and wait, make sure nobody came.
Souvenir shop where?
In Mexico City.
In Mexico City?
Yeah. The guy never showed up. This is terrible. It happens sometimes. He could have been
so he never actually wanted to go to Cuba?
No, not really. Now, we can kind of prove that because he goes to get a visa, emergency transit visa. Transit is a key. That means he never didn't want to stay there. All right? All these things about, I wanted to go to Cuba. He wouldn't get a transit visa. He'd just get a visa. Transit visa means he just wants to go through. He just wants to drop this stuff off.
Okay.
I mean, I've got so many explanations for what they think are crazy on his side. All right.
Yeah, there's, excuse me, oof, my voice is from a Lucky Volcano. Yeah, I'm not even mad. Like, people are saying stuff like this. Sorry, but this is an alternative narrative, not the truth. Again, not the truth. And so can you, if you want to elaborate on what she's saying that you think to be not true, I'd be very interested in that. And she is, I believe, one of the witnesses that is referenced in Mark Lane in some of his content, but I'll have to check on that. I do think she is, though. And again, there's so much information out there. Like, I've been scouring through the JFK files that have been declassified. I've also looked a little bit into 2017 and 18 releases, and there's other release dates as well. And there's a lot of fabricated information that's also been inserted in these files, these documents, right? There's like over 80,000 pages newly released with I think it's over 8,000 PDF files. And I've looked through so many of them so far. And there's things that I'm seeing that they're not even relevant, right? And so there's a lot. Mark Lane, I've shared videos from him, Oliver Stone's videos. I've shared those. And I've said that that's also not entirely factual. And so, yeah, it's a matter of getting all these pieces tied together and then comparing, but allowing these people to have a platform to discuss their versions of events and then to try to tie it all together, right? It shouldn't just be one voice or just looking at the JFK declassified documents, which we know were scrubbed by CIA as well. And she does have a lot of interesting connections. And so she may be embellishing some points, but I do think there's a lot of good information that she's sharing throughout, regardless of if people think that she's telling the truth or not. She wouldn't be lying through the entire thing. And she has a high IQ. I think she was saying it was over 150. And so people when they are at genius levels, and if she was trained like she's saying that she was, not just with cancer research, but other things as well, then she would be a trained liar as well. So like these are things that I was aware of going into this as well. I've looked for different cues, and like I've done the Wicklander, Zulansky advanced interview and interrogation techniques courses and all that stuff. And again, I have a bit of skill fade, but she does seem to be sharing a lot of truth. So if you have anything to debunk her or discredit her, then by all means send that to me, because I'd rather get the truth out than not.
But he wants to act kind of weird because he really doesn't want to go. He knows darn well that if this guy didn't show up, his handler is supposed to tell him, you know.
My question to Lucky Volcano, you don't have to answer. There's no pressure. They want to maintain the ability to mislead the people, so they construct an alternative narrative. I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I'm saying that even with the JFK newly released files, I think it's exactly the same thing. It's meant to mislead people, distract people, further divide, and have people interpret data that only reinforces or reconfirms their already existing biases. So if people want to blame Israel, they're looking at all the other Israel stuff. If people want to blame China, they're looking at that. If people want to blame Cuba, they're looking at that, or the FBI or the CIA, etc., or the cartels or the mafia. And I'll reiterate, there's a lot of fabricated data regarding Lee Harvey Oswald. So do you believe that Lee Harvey Oswald shot JFK? And do you believe that he acted alone?
Hey, everything's okay. Instead, his handler took off, it turned out, 6 days earlier. Lee was able to trace, that's how he actually traced the actual name of his handler, because he was told he was Benson and Benton. And then when he met with Antonio Vestiana of Operation 66, it's a...
Yeah.
All right. Lee was there, and Vestiana sees him, and he says to David Atlee Phillips is standing there, but David Atlee Phillips had already told Lee that his name was Benson or Benton, okay? So Vestiana came early, and he says, hola, Senor Bishop. Now we've got Benson, you've got Benton, you've got Bishop. Lee, really, we call him Mr. B, because obviously Lee was so far...
Yeah, like I will say, just again, I'm not, like I have some skill fade, but actually I shouldn't say that, because again, like I talk to a lot of people, and I'm able to ascertain, like, if people are embellishing things or hiding information or lying, and I'm not with the things that I find important, like I'm not seeing any indications at all that she's telling lies. I could be wrong, but I'm not getting that. I didn't really get that.
Down the list that he didn't even care about.
She's hiding and embellishing details regarding her relationship with Lee Harvey Oswald. Like, I think she's trying to do a bit of damage control. There's probably a little bit of shame and guilt because she was Lee Harvey Oswald's mistress. She was married, and he was married, obviously, and then she had 5 children after Lee Harvey Oswald died, all of this stuff. And so, like, and she has said before that with her book and coming out in previous interviews, that she has lost a lot of people within her family. There's now a disconnect, and they're embarrassed by her, etc. So anyway, just for her own reputation or ego, she might be like, there might be some of that in there. But when it comes to when she's discussing her interactions with these people, like, she seems credible.
Sorting out the right name to give him.
I don't know.
All that's important, because when that plane they found out took off with his handler in it, whether you want to call him Mr. B.
Okay.
6 days earlier, he checked all the plane schedules and realized, because he used to live in Fort Worth, that there were only a couple planes, and the one that of importance is this guy kept going to Fort Worth. So he figured out it was David Atlee Phillips. That was his real name.
Okay. All right. So he was supposed to take this vial in this thermos and drop it off in a souvenir shop.
Yes.
Where?
Well, this was in Mexico City. Now, here's the thing. He's got to make it look to the CIA that he really cares. So he's got to at least make the effort. But he doesn't want to really be sent there and stay or any of that, because we've got plans that Mexico City knows about, but Dallas doesn't, because they don't communicate that well with each other. No, you'll have all kinds of things going. When Scott had so much stuff about Lee Oswald, you have James Jesus Angleton, and when he dies, he goes and steals everything out of Win Scott's safe. Oh, yes, he does. because he's got stuff there. Winscott knew that Lee started an affair with Sylvia Duran, not because he didn't love me or anything, but because he has to make himself look useful, because Lechuga was having an affair with Sylvia Duran and wanted to marry her, and he's a former he was ambassador just until recently to the UN for Cuba. That is very important to penetrate. So Lee had this going on with Sylvia. He seduced her in a matter of 24 hours. He is expert.
Wow.
Been taught in Atsugi how to seduce women.
Silver tongue, huh?
More than that.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, my gosh. Puppy dog eyes and everything that is.
So who was supposed to pick up that thermos? Did he know, did he know who or no?
He had a list of contacts. He had their names memorized. So when that didn't work, and when he was afraid he couldn't get the visa in time, he actually went to the University of Mexico in Mexico City there and ran into some students who were associated with another medical contact. He couldn't reach him either. By the time he's invited into a party with Sylvia, he's off by himself with these college students. They say, how did he know about us? It's because of the contact names he had, okay? They couldn't figure out how he knew that they were actually pro-Castro, but he knew.
So what did he do with that thing when nobody picked it up?
Well, he's got a problem. He's got to leave it. He can't take it back with him. It's got rotten stuff in it. I mean, so he leaves it behind, but he stops at the U.S. Public Health Service right there at Laredo before you cross the border. It's on record. Although they've retracted it, we have the records.
Right.
And apparently he left a contact, told them somebody there, probably in some encryption or something. I don't know. Because the two people working there didn't understand why he was there. But he told me he left information where he left it there, at the souvenir shop.
Now, at any point during any of this, did anybody brief you on what you were doing? Like anybody officially from?
I've had it since. Twice I've been what they call been debriefed.
When was the first time that happened? Like you just went to New Orleans on this assignment, and then you met Lee, and then
both times these guys were drunk, by the way.
Right. Yeah. So you met Lee, you get into this secret program to develop this cancer stuff, but these are just people you're meeting who are saying this shit. How do they prove to you that you're doing this stuff? How does Lee or Mary or anyone else prove to you that you guys are actually doing research for the military to take out Castro?
First of all, we're having these animals die even by airborne, and that's really scary. So I'm finding out that all the marmosets have died. All of them died in such a short period of time, and it's the same stuff. I'm so familiar with it. They have gone through we did the first gain of function. This is all gain of function over and over again. We're the first. Right. And I brought a document. We don't have time to show you.
I understand that, but what I'm trying to say is how did they prove to you that this was the objective?
Well, first of all, a whole lot of money went into this, and big money, big bucks.
Yeah, November. There's just too many things that she's able to recall, and I've looked at earlier videos that she's done in that I already shared with you that she did 22 years ago, or whatever it was in 2003. And she's just too quick to recall things. And then even when Danny Jones is saying things incorrectly, she's able to readily correct him on that to make sure that the facts are straight. So clearly she was around these people. Clearly she was talking to these people, and she was very familiar with a lot of different things she's talking about. And so I don't know. I just and despite what people may think about her because of her being a mistress and being married and him being married, if they didn't do that, then had that relationship, then she wouldn't be able to give all of this information. And so she's I do still think she's courageous, and should be given a lot of grace, because it's uncomfortable, but she realizes it's important to tell the truth, and she wants it to be out there. And so knowing that people are going to be trolling her hard because of it, right? And so, if she didn't do that, then we wouldn't be having this information. And I think it's really important, because JFK was the friggin' president, and he would have changed the friggin' the future, right? He was on to good things. He wanted to shadow the CIA. He wanted us to get out of Vietnam. like he would have likely at some point, hopefully, like figured out that we were never going to go to the moon. That was like the whole thing was a fucking hoax. Sorry for swearing, that was unnecessary. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Bucks, and this thing started March 23rd, 1962, a whole year before me. And they had a linear particle accelerator. That thing's worth a lot of money.
Did you ever see it?
No, but Lee was sent there all the time.
Really?
Yeah.
And there, so you guys were like in an apartment doing this stuff, right? This was David Ferry's apartment, is that right?
Yes, but no, you have to understand. Of course, I had access to other lab facilities, but that's where I spent almost all my time.
So basically, there was like the underground research being done in David Ferry's apartment.
Yeah.
He had like tons of these mice, rats everywhere.
No. Okay, look, we had this ring of labs. The problem is that ring was complete. That we were afraid they'd figure out about each other, so they break that with Ferry. All right.
Okay.
All right. And Mary Sherman is the nexus between that. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, all our reports, when they go to Mary, she goes straight to Oxford with it and all that. So we're there. And then we start this every Tuesday, the whole ring started over again and all that.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have any way of any control over what they decide. Like several times we had to kill 500 mice at a time to pull out these horrible notches.
Now, what was Mary doing with these mice, taking them to the hospital and putting them under this $10 million particle accelerator?
Well, that happened too, but mostly we're working with actually the tumors themselves. Not the live mice, yes, always thousands of them, because all the time they were hoping to get something even more powerful. They had this machine, doing it and all that. The bottom line for me was I had to go and assess that this stuff. Please remember the word pancreas. You're going to see so much pancreatic cancer now and brain cancer. Because those are the kind of cancers that we worked with to develop this terrible virus with, okay?
Yeah.
And, of course, we're seeing, then they're going to do it on humans. And that's when I realized how deep I'd gotten into something, because I was told they had terminal disease. It turned out they're perfectly healthy.
Who?
The prisoners that they brought in from Angola prison. And I gave you a document showing it. Dick Russell shows that they were, since 1960, they were using prisoners from Angola prison and doing stuff there with, Heath was doing it. And we have other names that are associated.
And how close did you get to this?
How close?
How close did you get to these prisoners that were being tested
All
on?
right. I remember I told you I had a blood test developed. Whether or not you have cancer is running around your blood. The idea is you're going to inject them, and if it's still there, we tag that with radioactive iodine. So any cell of these injected cells, within 72, they can multiply, and every time you do that, the trace is going to get weaker by 50%. Think about that. Then 25%. So you've got to get in there pretty soon. On the other hand, you have to wait long enough to see if the human being is going to sift it out. If they get rid of it, it doesn't work. That's good news. So I was willing to go along with that. They were going to kick me out after this, because this blood test, if it turned out that the person sifted out of their body, I could say, don't do it to anybody else. It doesn't work. See? On the other hand, if it did, I could say, don't do it to anybody else, because it works. So I had to go up there and do the test just to stop it. To stop it.
Right.
And when I did that, I learned, I centrifuged everything down. I did the test, and the radioactive material was still there, so it was going to kill them because it was multiplying and they couldn't get rid of it. I knew they succeeded. We have a biological weapon. This thing was handed off to MD Anderson Hospital. I have documents from that. They don't like me to talk about that. I get in trouble every time I mention it. A lot of bad things have happened to me.
Okay. So, and all of this cancer research that you got,
they froze it. I actually helped create materials that they wanted so they could freeze it so that it would live almost forever. Understand that cancer cells in a line, unless it's one of these, what they call immortals, they're after 28, 30 or whatever, they're going to divide. They won't do it anymore. They're going to die off. So they put it in freezer. Then you can multiply tons of it, at any time you want at that level.
Isn't it true that that Mary was also trying to develop some sort of cancer vaccine?
Well, that's how it began.
That's how it began. Oh, that was before all of this.
Yes, and then they realized that they had something that could help the country avoid World War III. Is the way it was sold to them.
So at some point it got co-opted.
It did. Well, I don't know why people don't think, and we didn't either, because back then we trusted our government. We trusted CIA. We trusted FBI. They were on our side. It turns out they were not on Kennedy's side. He wanted to smash the CIA into 100 pieces, 1,000 pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they wanted to get rid of him. And
so, okay, let's go to the end of this whole story and how Lee ended up on that route on November 22nd.
Okay, so he calls me. Well, here's the thing. Actually, I called him because...
And real quick, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
But from all the stuff that I've learned about what actually happened on November 22nd and everything, because as far as I'm aware, correct me if I'm wrong, but there was an active FBI file and CIA file on Lee at that time. They were tracking everywhere he went. There was a CIA person at every desk that he was going to in Dallas, Mexico City, New Orleans. And there was what's called a flash on his FBI file, right? So he was like...
Well, that was removed, before the assassination.
Right, so that's what I was getting to.
Yeah.
Is everywhere he went, he was very high on the FBI's list of people who sent, like, it was a red flag. If he was anywhere, like, they know where the hell he's going. But
that's not what they told the people. They said we didn't know a thing about what he was doing. You remember that?
Right. But this, I'm trying to explain it for the audience. So the day before Kennedy was assassinated, that high-level flash warning that was on his FBI profile was removed.
Absolutely.
And because if it was on there, him being on that route on November 22nd, 1963, was the equivalent of a flea being at a Lysol convention.
Yeah, that's right.
Because there's no way in hell you would let a guy like that be anywhere near that.
That's right.
That thing. So the fact that his FBI flash stop thing was removed the day before, that is a massive red flag that there was some sort of something sinister going on because they wanted him to be there.
Yeah, but they wanted to make sure he could be blamed.
And I think
they can't blame him if they've got him on flash, right?
Right. And when I had John Newman in here, he said that he went and interviewed one of the ladies who signed off on that flash stop that was working for the CIA. Yeah. Her name was Jane Roman.
Oh, Roman, yes.
And he went and interviewed her before she died. And he says, "What does this mean?" And he said that she kind of smiled at him and said, "It's indicative of a need to know on the highest level that was above my head." And basically, she, however she said it to him was basically like something sketchy happened here. And she basically admitted that, like, I don't think the CIA was very happy with her after that meeting with John.
Well, there's nothing else she could say.
Right.
That too much stuff had come out.
Right.
There are many, many files out there that they don't know exist because they thought they got destroyed. Some good people didn't want them destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We've got the Clinton-Jackson incident you never hear of. That's when I said I went up there at one time with Lee. But before that, Lee, Oswald, David Ferry, and Clay Shaw and Garrison grabbed that. They went up there originally to get these people injected. Clay Shaw was there with the bribery money, okay? And that worked very well because these people are not going to do this for nothing, all right? There's danger involved. And Lee Oswald is observing because nothing can be written down. Now, we had a lot of stuff written down, but not the stuff that was important, And so he is observing. So what the idea is, whoever picked up that in Mexico City, they would have had another meeting. He would have orally told them how to handle it and all that before he heads off to Cuba.
Right.
Yeah.
So, okay. So at what point?
And then David Ferry was there doing injections because there wasn't anybody who wanted to take that responsibility. Now, they're sitting there for hours. People are wondering why. They think, well, we have to get Lee Oswald, to register to vote. Well, the car could have dropped them off and left. They couldn't because they had to go and wait for a phone call at the pay. There was only payphone in town. They had to sit there, and they didn't know the day before Martin Luther King had to have a dream speech. This little sleepy town in Clinton has a town hall there, the parish seat. And all these people are lined up to vote, and they're stuck there because they're waiting for a phone call. It took the phone call. They waited 3 hours for the phone call.
Right.
They can't leave. And anybody knows if it's just to drop Lee off because that was the excuse to register to vote so he could somehow work at an insane asylum so then they can claim he's insane. All the crazy things they've got that are not true. But of course, Lee gets out of the car because everybody's staring and stands in line because he ran into a woman and she had actually an AA degree, and she's black. And they said she failed her literacy test and couldn't read the Constitution as they put in front of her face. She was crying. She had stood in line. At least that doesn't. I'm going to stand in line. I'll bet I can just flash my stuff and say, yeah.
So explain that story real quick. So Lee, David Ferry, and Guy Bannister.
Not Guy Bannister.
I thought Guy Bannister was there. I thought he was driving the car.
That is a lie. It's Clay Shaw, and we have the documents saying that he put out.
Oh, it was Clay Shaw.
That's why Garrison went after him.
Okay, all right. I must have got the names mixed up.
No, they inserted Guy Bannister later. And
they did.
Yeah.
Oh,
but that's a lie. We have all the documents, and in fact, I gave you a DDON there.
And for people, just so people can follow, who was Clay Shaw again? Give just like a.
Clay Shaw was the director of underdirector of the International Trade Mart, and he
was the independently wealthy businessman who.
Well, he's mainly pretty wealthy, but the point is that he had all the contacts with CIA, and they tried to.
He was the only guy that was brought in on the.
They could because he really wanted to go after Ochsner, and Ochsner is so popular he didn't dare. But he started there because Ochsner.
Right.
I gave you a picture showing Ochsner and Clay Shaw together, and the reason that I did that is because they even claimed that they didn't know each other. When International House, you saw that they're the ones that arranged for Kennedy. Okay. International House was run for 9.5 years. Clay Shaw was there with Ochsner.
And Clay Shaw's the only one who was brought into the trial by Jim Garrison, right?
Because he had enough contacts, obviously, with the CIA and the bad guys. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So,
and I met him
why
twice.
did they?
I met him twice. Too.
Really?
Yeah. I've met most of these people.
Why did they want to bring Lee? What was the town again? Clinton?
This is Clinton.
Why did they want to bring him there to register to vote?
Well, they didn't. That's the lie. He only got out of the car to stand in line so he would be stared at while he's in the car. So he said, I'll do that because this girl came by and said they refused her. He said, I'll bet I can register and I don't even belong to this parish.
Why were they doing that? What was the reason?
What?
Why did they go there?
Again, they had arranged before knowing about the Martin Luther King thing that I had a dream there.
Yeah.
It was a sleepy because a convoy was coming up from Angola prison with these prisoners.
Okay.
And they want to join the convoy with all their injections and all the stuff they've got. And they have to have a fancy car. Clay Shaw is driving the fancy car. He's got the money, but he's going to join the convoy. You've got an official car in the back. You've got I don't know what they had, but you've got a Cadillac, black Cadillac, all go in it together. But you can't go in by yourself. They're going to ask for credentials. So go in. They have to wait for the phone call. There's a long road before you can be seen, turning into Jackson to go to the mental hospital. They're going to meet them there. Well, they can't sit there on the road there. People would notice. On the big highway,
right?
But they could sit by the phone booth and wait for the phone call. Exactly, get the timing right because we're only talking about 20 miles. To join them, and they delayed and delayed and delayed. I don't know because you see, they're only supposed to use one prisoner, and they added more for sure.
Wow. Okay, I see.
So they had some red tape.
I understand.
Well, they tried to hide all this and say that they were just waiting for him to vote. They could have gone to a coffee shop around the corner, wouldn't that sit there and there? So we had 15 people. I told you about them. We went out and they found all these things and worked with me. We went to Clinton, and I said, that phone booth is right there on Liberty Street. Maybe we can still find evidence that it was there. Because it was the only one in town that was a public phone booth, where you could park your car and wait right there. Sure enough, we found it. We found the wiring, we found the wood parts, and even where it was painted and everything. It was gone, but all the wiring was there and everything, just like exactly where I said it was.
Wow!
Because I have a map of it. I even knew where the thing was located. Because Lee.
At what point did Lee find out about this plan to kill the president?
they knew at least by March. There is a famous photo. It's called The Wink. And you'll see Albert Thomas is winking at Lyndon Johnson in the plane right after Lyndon Johnson is sworn in. He's grinning and he's winking. Albert Thomas, in March of 1963, had Kennedy invited to Texas because he was going to retire. This is in Houston. Albert Thomas gets on the plane after the a dinner where he's resigning and all that. Now get this, he's friends with Lyndon Johnson. Sure, you can imagine him going, Albert Thomas going, there's the wink. You can imagine Albert Thomas getting on the plane maybe from Houston just to Fort Worth, okay? Because they're friends.
Okay.
But he spends the night there and more. He's there to Dallas as well. Why? Albert Thomas is still on the plane. When Kennedy's shot, he's on the plane and he's taking off and they're going to go to Washington, D.C.
Right.
Wait a minute. How many people do you know that you're going to meet in some certain city? You're going to their dinner, and then they get on your plane with you, and then they follow you. Where's his suitcase or whatever? He spends 2 years up there before they said he's going to die. And you've got that wink. He's the one that set up to get Kennedy on this route to go to Texas. That's why the wink. That was March of 1963.
Okay.
Now, those who was following that, Ochsner knew everywhere where everybody's going.
Yep.
He was very close friends with Mary Sherman.
Yep.
Yeah, so they found out.
So Mary and Lee found out through
Lots of
Ochsner,
things.
somehow through Ochsner.
Well, Ochsner being so, he would take Mary.
Did Lee tell you how he learned about this specifically? Did he give you any specifics?
No, the meeting I had was between David Ferry and Mary Sherman. Is that when they told me that they knew of these things and that I had to trust them just like they had to trust me with this kind of information,
Okay.
because they needed my expertise. Because look, this looks shady to me. The party that Dave Ferry invited me to is full of homosexuals, and people were screaming there they wanted to kill Kennedy and all this. They're all anti-Castro people. And yes, David Ferry is picking up all kinds of information about him because they want to kill Kennedy. So he's kept, you see what I'm saying? And I said, this is crazy. I don't want to have any, these people want to kill Kennedy. So Lee had to take me to Guy Bannister. That's how I've got documents I showed you for
Lee
Guy Bannister.
Lee took you to Guy Bannister.
That's right.
Okay. When was this?
Well, that was right after this horrible party where I said, look, I'm not going to have anything to do with this. Are you crazy? You're saying you want to kill Kennedy. David Ferry said that out loud.
Mm-hmm.
And he said to me, Dave said, at this meeting with Dave later, he said, what am I going to do? Am I going to say hail to the chief in front of people that want to kill Kennedy? Or am I going to say I'm going along with this? I'm going to go along with this so I get more information, for God's sake. Now, wait.
Right.
David Ferry at Bay of Pigs in July, 1961, when the Bay of Pigs happened,
right.
He hated Kennedy's guts. He put it to me this way. Now, remember, David Ferry desperately tried to get me to be Catholic again. He was going to be priest. When I became an atheist and I was going to be a nun, that's how we got so close. He did everything in his power to get me.
Yeah, he desperately wanted to be like a church father, didn't he?
Oh, gosh, he wanted to be only a seminarian. He just wanted to serve God. That's all he wanted to do.
But he kept getting denied because of his history with boys.
No, not at all.
Oh, that's what
the official version is not true.
Oh.
What happened is that they were him in these seminaries. And finally he believed that that's what God made him,
Wow.
Yeah, it was horrible.
Jesus.
I've got a whole book on David Ferry. Now, how can I write a book about him unless I knew him that well? All right. We're over 350 pages.
Wow.
All right.
Okay, so he said he's hanging out with all these anti-Kennedy people.
And what happened is that he really hated Kennedy when he heard that Kennedy was responsible for Bay of Pigs. That was the official story. And there's this retired...
Ferry said he started to really hate Kennedy.
It's worse. He was such a wonderful speaker. He was given the opportunity to have the keynote speaker for a whole bunch of retired military officers.
Okay.
Now, I was also sponsored by military officers. That's how I learned Russian and all that. So, I understood. So they had him for keynote speaker. He got up there and said, I thought a great deal of Kennedy, and now I know what he's like. Because at the Bay of Pigs, he lost 2 of the pilots he had sexual relationships with. They had been training.
Okay.
And so he thought it was Kennedy's fault. So he stands up there to these retired military officers, he's 61, and he says, somebody should have come up from behind a bush and shoot that bastard, in his open car. And they made him get off the stage, about 150 of them. Well, he's hiding behind the curtains till everybody leaves. And you know what? After the meeting was over, 15, he said, of those, about 10% of them came behind the curtain and said, we feel like you do. We want to kill that SOB too. You want to help us? That's how come David Ferry was able to get information from these people, because he worked as a courier for them for 3.5 weeks. It doesn't sound like very long, but they all trusted him by then.
Yeah.
Then he lost his job with Eastern Airlines. That helped because they still trusted him. But anyway, he knew all these contacts. And Mary Sherman is from Chicago. Okay. Jack Ruby's from Chicago. And I gave you information showing you that they murdered Jack Ruby in Parkland Hospital. That's in my book, and you'll see it. They fried him alive with over 500 x-rays in just 22 days. It's enough to make you sick. Again, I've given you the book. You've got all the National Archives called me, and I personally got those records before anybody else in the world, because they were mad that online people had taken my documents and altered them. And so they gave me the original documents. I told you
they fried him alive. But wasn't there a story? He went
I
to
gave you
jail.
the thing showing you Al Maddox. I showed you I had contact with him. I had a phone number and everything. I showed you that. Al Maddox was his jailer. He told him I got injected with cancer cells. He was one of the mafia people who sent money. Mafia, the anti-Castro Cubans, this whole group sent money from different directions, so you couldn't tell where it was coming from.
Right. So Jack Ruby, he was being visited by a guy by the name of
Jolyon West. Jolyon West. They call him Jolly for short.
Right.
All right. That was an MK Ultra guy from CIA.
Yes.
He said, after I've had somebody in my hands for 2 weeks, they won't know their own name.
Right. And this was before he shot Oswald, though, right?
No, he was in jail. All right, he was in jail, and they brought him in because he was going to tell.
So Jolly West started visiting. Jolly West never visited Jack Ruby until after he shot Oswald?
That's right. He was in jail. He was a prisoner there, and then he had given full access to poor Jack Ruby, okay, to do whatever he wanted. And he messed him up so much, Jack was sticking his finger up in the socket to try and electrocute himself, and everything.
Wow.
That way, you could tell somebody you got injected with cancer cells, nobody's going to believe you. And he did that. He injected with cancer cells. A few weeks later, he is so sick that they put him in.
Jolly West did this?
Yes, of course.
So why would he try to? So
they were going to have another trial on Jack Ruby the very day he was supposed to be transferred to another city to start a second trial, but they don't want that.
Right.
That's the day he enters Parkland Hospital.
Okay.
He gets 42 x-rays in one day. Even on Christmas Day and Christmas Eve, he got x-rays. He got an x-ray that's not even on the record, 2 of them on the 27th December. And he could even sit up in bed by that time. He was so sick, they wheeled out a portable x-ray machine to x-ray him at his bedside.
Good Lord. How did they get him to shoot Oswald in the first place?
He was forced. He cared about Lee. I met him. He liked Lee. He had known him since he was a kid.
Ruby?
Yes. Let me explain something.
I didn't know any of this stuff.
Well, I say, you read my book and you're going to see I've got all the background for this. It's not made up or anything. Jack Ruby and Lee Oswald's uncle, Dutz Moret, was a bookkeeper for Carlos Marcello's Godfather. Ruby comes to New Orleans all the time to report because Godfather took over Dallas from Joe Savello, who was running it from Sam Giancana. So Jack Ruby is working. Savello and Jack Ruby owned the Carousel Club together. He's not a nightclub owner. He's a half owner of a mafia-run carousel place, Yeah.
Wow. So who forced him to shoot him?
Well, basically everybody did. They said, and here's why. He knew too much. This guy knew Lee Oswald, and he knew about the project. And on top of that, he had gotten, well, frankly, I still believe that he did not want to kill Kennedy. And somehow they figured that out. And they knew he knew enough that he could talk. So they made him. They kidnapped one of his dogs. By the way, the dog that's in the car there is not his favorite.
Who are we talking
dog.
about right now?
Jack Ruby.
Jack Ruby. Okay.
Yeah. And anyway, David Ferry, very close to him. And in fact, I met Jack Ruby for the first time in David Ferry's apartment. All right. I've got a long story about what happened there. It's so complex, but it's all there.
Okay.
It all fits. And I have witnesses. Remember, I've got witnesses that for all along the way about David Ferry knew Mary Sherman, which they tried to say it didn't happen. And I've got so much information on David Ferry that nobody had that now they have found. So one way you prove who you are is you put out information out there that nobody had before. And then they look for it and they find it. And I've got it. Okay. Because I knew these names. But here we've got problem. David Ferry, Jack Ruby, that's okay knowing each other and all that. They, of course, murdered so many of these people.
Yeah.
And how they did it with David Ferry, I wish I had enough time to explain everything to you. There is just this huge, the reason we haven't been able to solve this is because it is complex. If it were simple,
right,
we wouldn't have these problems.
Of course.
And then they can do things like, say, Jackie shot her own husband, and they put all this stuff obfuscated. But the last thing you're going to hear about is the name of Judith Ferry Baker.
Right.
All right.
Right. So, okay, let's go back to when Kennedy was assassinated, and you were saying that
Lee contacted me only 37 hours before.
Right, but we were explaining how David Ferry decided that after the what was the name of the operation that was going over there it was the Bay of Pigs failed.
Oh, okay.
And,
all right.
And a bunch of his guys, his lover boys got murdered during that.
Yeah, two of them.
And he decided he now hated Kennedy. And then how did that transition to Lee knowing that he was involved in all of this?
Okay. Yeah. I apologize. I thank you for putting me back on track.
Yes.
There are so many things in my head going on. It's tons of stuff. Okay.
Mhm.
And I don't forget anything. So I see these things, pictures, and that kind of disturbs me as well. You know?
Right.
See it all.
Yeah.
All right. So imagine he's got this information, and you've got Mary Sherman has all these contacts with people at University of Chicago. And Lee finds out that there's a plot in Chicago, and he manages to contact the FBI. We have Abraham Bolden, the Secret Service. We have James Douglas, and we have reports that somebody named Lee is the one that informed them, and he broke up the plot to kill Kennedy in Chicago. Now, they've got to do something with Lee Oswald.
Lee broke it up?
That's right. We've got it on record. Well, the name is Lee, and the informants, and I'm telling you, everybody really knows that was Lee.
Didn't they also try to kill him here in Tampa?
Yes, but Lee, no, I don't know about Tampa, but
Okay.
I do know about Miami, that Lee also there, Joseph Miltier there said, well, we're going to get him. He's on video, not video, but he is on audio saying we're going to kill him from with a high-powered rifle here from a high building, office building, either here or Dallas. Or for, or
who was on audio saying that?
Joseph Miltier, M-I-L-T-E.
Joseph Miltier. Okay.
Yeah, and we have an FBI agent that was assigned to that, but they made sure he couldn't go anywhere. But at any rate, Lee also was involved with that, and so Jack Kennedy came in by helicopter.
Oh, wow.
That's why.
So they found out that Lee was trying to save Kennedy from these assassinations because he was notifying the FBI about it.
And Lee, well, yeah, that he trusted.
And how is he finding this stuff out?
Again, Lee Oswald is pretending to be pro-Castro, and he's learning all kinds of information. Castro doesn't want to be blamed for Kennedy's. They're means, and so he's trying to find out information who wants to kill Kennedy. He's got all these different sources. They've got to get rid of this guy.
Got it. Okay. Wow. And was he talking to you about all this stuff during the time, or did you learn all this later?
Oh, no. All along, remember, we wanted to live together and all that, and they forced him to go back to Dallas. They said they promised he could go back to Mexico when they found out that's what he really wanted to do after Christmas. First they said before Christmas, they changed it to after. And that's why he gets a temporary job at the Texas School Book Depository. Always before, wherever he went with Marina, I mean, he had several jobs. She was always living. That's not the way it was in the end. They even call him his estranged wife. He goes to visit them on weekends, and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But he's still living in just a little tiny place. And he takes a temporary job. He had offers for permanent jobs, and he turned them down because, of course, he only thought he was going to be going back at Christmas. Texas School Book Depository, that was a setup. They fired 2 people the day they hired him. The book depository in September sends these books all over Texas, school books, all right? That's when they need personnel. By October, and we're talking about October 10th and 15th, he starts work. They don't have any more orders, hardly. You see what I mean? But they hire him anyway. Now they've got 3 order takers at the school book deposit. And of course, it's really a cover job, and he's gone a lot.
So how did he not
There was
know?
another
how did he not know they were going to try to whack him in Dallas?
Wait a minute. Well, there's so much in it. There's so much background information I have not been able to give to you because we haven't had time. There never is enough time, really.
Right.
I told you it took 18 hours for me to explain all of this to Nigel Turner.
Wow.
And they put that into a 46-minute thing called The Love Affair. And they took all my evidence out. They took all my witnesses out, and they showed pictures of my family up close, and they got in trouble, and my family has had almost nothing to do with me since. One of my sons hasn't spoken to me since 1999.
Wow.
I've endangered my family, and I got denounced by one of my sons recently, just a couple of days ago. It's been really hard, saying, you've destroyed, you don't care if you destroy our family, you don't care what happens to us, all you care about is, your fame. It's never been about fame.
Oh my God.
It's because I love Lee Oswald. Don't you know, I've been approached, they said, look, you heard me get a movie offer when I was sitting here. I get them all the time. You heard the thing. Did you hear what I?
Kind of. I was kind of listening.
Yeah, right. I mean, you can tell stuff is going on. It's always been that way. But the trouble is I have not wanted to seek any of that. I was offered millions. You know how? With a deal, they wanted to make a big story saying how we had our love affair and all that. But he lied to me, and he went on to kill Kennedy. And what a pitiful thing I am, because I've been trying to prove his innocence.
Mm-hmm.
And I would be rich if I just go along with that. Turn them down, of course.
Amazing.
So how did Lee, if he knew about the attempts on him in Chicago and in Miami, how did he not know about the attempt how did he not know previous to the attempt in Dallas?
I did.
He did, but
he joined an abort team.
An abort team.
Yes, and we have the record from Jim Mars, and it's his book Crossfire, which he altered to add my testimony. All right? Because Tosh Plumley, there was an abort team trying to follow along. Now, they can't go and just knock guns out of people's hands because then they can't be used again, right? But they would stand in a line of fire, or they'd do a distraction or something so that they couldn't fire.
Can you explain what is an abort team?
The abort team, and this followed Kennedy around a lot, and maybe they're doing it all the time. I don't know, But the whole idea is to make sure you look where people might be shooting, and you make sure you're standing in the line of fire, or if you see something that's suspicious, you make a distraction so that they can't shoot, or they'll be noticed if they shoot.
Wow.
Because you cannot do that directly, or you're no good anymore, right? It can't use you again. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't just go and arrest them or something. But what you can do is collect information about who they are and everything, and that they show up more than one time, and they've got guns and all that. You would not believe how many people that they were tracing and tracking. What they did, though, the CIA did this, FBI did this together. They put so many threats out there that they couldn't cover them all. They were an exhausted team that reached Dallas late.
So it was Lee.
Lee was part of that
team. Did
team.
Lee talk to you about this team?
Absolutely. I've said I talked to him 37 and a half hours before the assassination. He told me how he...
Can you walk me through that conversation?
Yes. Well, a lot of it I can. It's an hour and a half long, and I have never divulged all of it because a lot of it was very personal. But it gets to me viscerally. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Because he told me they were going to kill him.
He knew.
Yeah. But he was in a spot. If he fled... He said they would kill me, they would kill his babies, they'd kill his wife. Same thing for Jack Ruby. he was threatened. David Ferry told me, because it went around, because Jack Ruby was so very close to the mafia. And what they knew, what they understood, is that the way it was directed to Jack Ruby, and this was through his name is Currington, and he was with Howard Hunt, the Hunt that is not Howard Hunt.
Howard Hunt?
The Hunt that is the multimillionaire in Dallas. All right. And Hunt had Currington find out how much protection Lee Oswald had. And then he made sure that Jack Ruby was contacted or else. And the inside information is this, because people cared. They said they would cut every protruding part of his body off. They would kill his family. They would torture his dogs to death and so on. And they would get somebody else to do it if he didn't anyway.
This is the guy, Haraldson Hunt?
Currington, Currinton, Currington.
Currington Hunt?
No, this is the Hunt.
The millionaire Hunt? Is that?
Yeah, the millionaire Hunt. Currington is his secretary.
Name's Currington.
No, sir.
That's his.
I totally get where you're coming from. It's so easy to, just because everyone seems to be lying, it just seems to have gotten so bad, and no one has been held accountable. So like when I first look at things as well, I'm immediately like, oh my God, this person's lying, because it's been like the norm, right? And so that's why like it's good that you just like kept on viewing and like have a critical mind, and when given new data, you're able to change your mind like an adult. I wish a lot more people would do that. But no, I came in watching her. I was very critical as well. So like I totally get where you're coming from. Sorry for stopping. And I know it's really long, but I just wanted to just talk about that.
Secretary. Oh, okay, gotcha.
He's the one that was sent. He went up and down the elevator with Lee Oswald, and who was with Jim Lavelle at the time, a detective. Had no protection. He said, easy peasy, easy, go and shoot him. You make sure Ruby does it, because we got to get Ruby out of this too. He knows too much, because he knew about us.
All right. So that conversation you had with Lee 36 hours before 37 hours before the president died. Yeah. He said that they told me I have to be a part of this protection team for the president. And
no, he joined.
Oh, he joined.
He said he joined it. He found a way to join. And
why did he want to join it?
He pretended, just like Jack Ruby, everybody pretended that they wanted to kill Kennedy. That's the only way you're going to get information. Mm-hmm. All right?
Yeah.
Like David Ferry told me clearly, he said, when he found out who was really in charge, he said this, that was my Catholic brother. I voted for him. You know, we're Irish. Well, both have Irish blood. He said, when I found out what they had done to Kennedy, he said, I stayed in contact with them. They think I hate JFK, and I'm there to try and save his life.
Okay, sorry. Explain to me again. I'm just having a little bit of trouble following this part this perfectly. So yeah. He wanted to join the protection team for the president on the route in Dallas.
That's Lee Oswald, yes.
Oswald did, right. And then he simultaneously said that I know they're going to kill me.
Yeah.
Who is going to kill him and why?
He did because he had to stay in the Texas School Book Depository, not leave and get out of there or something like that. He knew a team was going to come in there. At least somebody would come in there to shoot, and he's supposed to let them in. He's going to make sure that they can get in, that kind of thing. Now, Lee had access to find at least to all the floors as a order taker,
mm-hmm.
and except the 6th floor. I know he could go up to the 5th floor. And one shooter was situated there. We know that Byrd bought the place just a few months earlier. Byrd was good friends with LBJ, and they called him Drywell Byrd or something like that. BYRD. He owned that, and they were refurbishing it. The so-called Sniper's Nest was never built by Lee Oswald. That is a lie. The people working there put that up so they could hide behind it and take a smoke and take a break, And they tried to say that's where the shots came from. But Byrd takes a window jam out from a different window at the other end of the building.
Mm-hmm.
They said, you took the wrong one, so then eventually you take the other one. They block that off, so you can't really try to make the shot yourself. But get this, when FBI tried to do it, they had to move the boxes because the rifle butt would hit the wall, and it would hit a pipe that was there. Jim Mars checked on that, and a couple others did too. And they found out that there's no way you could put the rifle to make the shot because it would hit this pipe. So the Texas School Book Depository moved the pipe up 18 inches. They moved all the boxes. They still couldn't make the shot. So it's in my book, and it's in the Warren Commission's 26 volumes. They realized you can't make the shot from there to show that you could make. So they built a tower outside, right on the street, 30 feet lower than the fifth story window.
Mm-hmm.
And from that tower in the middle of the street, 30 feet lower, that's how they proved that Lee Oswald could shoot from that window straight at, but that target wasn't moving, a stationary target. And eventually they could get people to say they got, made the shot. They're world experts.
So where was he the moment that Kennedy was shot? Where was Lee?
Lee was on the first floor.
He was on the first floor.
Yeah, and we have pretty good evidence of that. What they didn't know is they tried to put him on the second floor. That's where the whites ate their lunch. Lee Oswald, remember I told you he got arrested in New Orleans on the 9th and everything, and it was embarrassing to his family and everything. Well, at that time when he had to go, that was on August 9th. Okay, on Monday, the next Monday, he has to go in and pay a $10 fine, which is like $100 today.
Mm-hmm.
He sits on the black side with the blacks. When we rode on the buses, we sat in the back of the bus with the blacks. We were so pro-civil rights.
Mm-hmm.
Lee Oswald wasn't eating lunches ever. They didn't know this with the whites on the second floor. He was always eating with the blacks on the first floor.
Mm.
They've got to get him on the second floor because there's no way they know that if he was supposedly on the first floor, where, by the way, he mentioned 2 blacks he saw that were in there. Said, yeah, I was with so-and-so. They saw me eating, lunch there. And he's drinking Dr. Pepper. His favorite drink, Dr. Pepper, not Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola machine was on the second floor. Dr. Pepper machine is on the first floor. Yeah, so anyway, there are lots of stuff like that going on. So they have to change it that he's on the second floor, even though he never ate up there. There's so many things. Most of it's in the book. Now, I had to put it in the book because something happened to me any time. I've been hit by cars 3 times. I almost lost my left eye. I've had all my teeth knocked out in the front.
How did all this happen?
Cut brake line.
What?
Oh, yeah, it's on record.
When?
Well, that happened in Orlando, Florida. Get this. I get in my car to go to teach, and I go on the track, pump. There's no brake. Bam! I get T-boned, okay?
Wow.
Well, it's on this side, but this side's okay. I can still use it. I'm desperate because I've already had bad things happen. And I've already been hit. All right, it's a long story, but I was just recovering. I didn't want to lose my job. So I got balled out. Now, I was a mother of 3 sons. I helped them rebuild their car engines. And this guy's saying, stupid woman, your master cylinder's empty.
Right.
I said, no, that's impossible. I know how to fill a master cylinder with fluid.
Oh, wow.
Well, of course I do. I can rebuild engines.
I don't even know how to do that.
I know how to build a rocket engine. I really admire Elon Musk.
Wow.
I know what hell he's been through. All right. But at any rate, bad things happen to good people, I'll tell you. At any rate, so he says, he filled it up. Now, next morning, when they towed it, they just towed it half a block because the place was right there. So he's right there. I'm going right into traffic again, just almost like when I started out. Okay. Bam, I get hit again.
Yeah.
By this time, I hit a Cadillac. The guy is so angry, they put me in court right away. Well, the mechanic followed. He said, no way in hell. I filled that myself. He said, I got under. It's on record. My brake line was severed. Yeah.
Wow.
So
that's scary. That's scary stuff. And you think it all ties back to the stuff that you're talking about and bringing to the public.
I had for 13 years.
I think Jeremy McKenzie had on his bike his brake line cut.
The History Channel put out there that I would help create AIDS. I claimed that I helped create AIDS. I got so many death threats that I had to live overseas the last 13 years I moved every 90 days for 13 years.
What?
Yes.
Every 90
You ought
days?
to see my passports. Yeah. Passports, because you fill them up, you know.
And you did this because you think that they're following you, trying to whack you. You know.
I've got Sweden couldn't keep me because U.S. I said, don't you think that one person, maybe 300 million people might have a trouble with the U.S. government? They were going to deport me right away when I went there for political asylum. But then they found records that somebody accused me of being Osama bin Laden's friend and all these other horrible things. And so they looked into it longer. They were going to deport me. And finally said, we don't know what to do with you because we're not allowed. You're not from Iran or anything, you know. And you've got a service dog. By the way, my service dog was poisoned. The one before her shot to death. All this is on record. I'm going to get emotional. I don't want to get emotional because it does no good. I'd be followed. I'd turn around and take their pictures. They quit doing that. I got pictures of these people. Others that tried to help me, and we'd meet at a restaurant, and somebody else would sit down and stare at them until they got scared to death and left. You know, that kind of thing. It's a lot of intimidation.
Do you think any of these? You know how Trump's been promising to release the Kennedy documents since his first term.
Well, let
do
me
you think,
tell you.
Do you think they'll ever release all that?
Let me explain. For example, Mexico City, I have the documents showing that every single original document in Mexico City was destroyed. They are all rewritten. I've got page after page directives, what they did.
Yeah.
And then they put in the safe the stuff that they pretended that were very important and sent the rest of the Warren Commission, but stuff that was all laundered. It's all marked sanitized even. And
yeah, I think it'd probably be impossible for them to release all the stuff.
They will never release what really happened.
Right.
Nope.
Now, here's what's going on, though.
And the problem is, too, I think...
They want more time. They released the Aparicio files. I say Raul Aparicio was really important because I'm the only one that knew anymore what happened with Raul. He's the only one that could have issued a visa for Lee Oswald in one day.
Mm.
And so they made sure he got sick and went to the hospital so he couldn't get a visa to Lee.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how did Lee know about him? Turns out we've got records. Most of them are laundered, but you can tell Aparicio had some kind of connection with the CIA. Now, Teresa Proenza was there. This is important. Lee says, where's Raul? I've got the photographer. If you are a photographer or anything like that, you can get a one-day visa for cultural reasons into... get a visa in one day to Cuba. So he tried to get it. And Aparicio wisely is in the hospital. You know what I mean? He doesn't want to, he's scared. I know. But nobody knew who he was. They'd forgotten. So these got released like padding. They didn't realize how important it was. None of it was redacted. And I've got all kinds of stuff about that. So anyway, Proenza is the cultural attache's assistant. She's a lesbian who had the hots for Sylvia Duran, so Sylvia sent Lee over there and to meet Aparicio. And Teresa, said, well, he asked where he was, and I told him he wasn't there. This is important. Everything was fine. He said, bye-bye, I'm sorry he's not here. CIA had a big problem. Because they had posted after the assassination, says they knew Lee Oswald went to the embassy. So they said he was in there screaming, I want to kill JFK. Screaming and yelling like he's insane. But you've got Proenza saying he was totally rational and calm. What are we going to do? They went and framed Proenza and said she was working for the CIA, got her arrested. She ended up 2 years in jail in Cuba, in Havana, before they finally realized she had been framed. Okay, so we got all these people that are wiped out and so on in every direction.
They're still doing that.
Nobody knew about Proenza until I mentioned it, what the real reason was. And so recently, 2 documents got released, and they'd forgotten about Proenza a little bit. And at the bottom of each one, it says they want to show the list of these guys who are working for the CIA. And it mentions Proenza. They say, no, don't mention her, to cut her name out. Because, of course, that wasn't true. And by then, people had realized that she'd been put on there on purpose. So they had to remove the names. I've got both those documents. I posted them on X. I'm at Judith on X. It's the only place, thank God for Elon Musk. It's the only place I've been able to speak. I've got so many documents I've already posted there. Okay.
Wow. Well, Judith, that was a fascinating conversation. Your story is fascinating. I have to say, it's a lot to digest for people. I'm gonna have to go back and watch this twice to make sure.
And this is the tip of the iceberg. Of the stuff I've got.
Yeah, no, it's definitely interesting. I'm definitely gonna finish reading your book.
You want to show people what they did to my book?
Yeah, look at your book. That's when did you have this published, by the way?
2022, but you see what they did. They ruined it. Absolutely.
It's a shitty job they did.
That was meanly.
They're unsaleable. A piece of paper hanging out of them, some of it typed upside down. You pick up the cover, it falls off.
What is the difference between this and then Me and Lee?
Me and Lee is 10 years old. We've got all the documents 2017. We've got Raul Aparicio and other stuff. See, I could say these things, but I couldn't put it in the book until I had evidence to back it up. Right. Everything I'm telling you, I have documents on.
Yeah, I'm looking at her.
And by the way, I have backups. By the way, I have depositions because I've started working with attorneys. And now my testimony is in the portal of Texas history. I've got the documentation to show that I am credible. I told you, I showed you about 60 Minutes. I'd like to, before we finish.
Yeah, so 60 Minutes, they did it. They were working on a documentary about you for almost 2 years?
No, 14 months.
Okay, but so a little bit over a year.
Yeah, but the point is that they tried very hard to do it. They were not allowed to.
By who? Who? So. Well,
no, 60 Minutes. So we had Don Hewitt, who founded 60 Minutes. Phil Scheffler is number one guy. Okay, and we had a number of other people that were involved. But the point is there was a wonderful team. All right, set up, and the difficulty that we had is that CBS at the top had Dan Rather, the one who said, "Oh, I saw Kennedy's head thrown violently forward," Right.
And then nobody had access to the film at that point, so
right.
Nobody knew.
That's right.
And it's very obvious.
So he's at the top, and he could get in big trouble, and CBS has got new people up there, and they locked 3 times they tried to film me. I even had makeup on my face the 3rd time, and he blocked it. So 60 Minutes got really mad about it all,
So, yeah, that's crazy. They would spend that much time and that much money on your story and then kill it at the very end.
Mike Wallace said, "This ain't going to fly." He said, "Look, what they're going to do, we going to have to cancel this because they won't even give us a special because, like you saw it needs a lot of time. They won't give us a special." He said, "We've got to make sure that Baker," he didn't say Judith or anything like that. "We got to make sure Baker doesn't get discredited because we have to." So they made CVS issue to me 2 checks, and I showed you one of them. You have a copy of the W-2 form.
Right.
CVS had to pay me over $2,000 in lost wages. They've never did that in history. They've never
because they spent all the time
anybody.
Filming with you, and they never aired it.
Never. Well, they couldn't film. They destroyed everything. They didn't. They had audio. They didn't have film made yet. They had audio, but they all destroyed. But they gave me back all my documents. When you hand over a document at 60 Minutes, you don't get it back. I got mine back. I got the money. He said, "We've got to show that you were credible. 60 Minutes not going to pay CBS not going to pay somebody if they're not a credible witness. And that'll be your proof." So I showed that to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Wild story. And
I hate that word wild because it sounds
wild.
It's wild.
It's
improbable.
It's almost like a movie. I mean, it's like a movie. It's crazy. It is crazy.
That's why
at face value, it sounds nuts.
I know.
But it's you have a lot of you brought a lot of proof here. Ed Haslam spent a long time on his book as well, Mary's Monkey, and he states that he was very skeptical because there was a fake Mary that he met.
Very, very me. Fake
somebody
me.
impersonating you. Yeah. So, and he didn't want anything to do with it because he thought it sounded like it stunk to high heaven.
And
of
he was
a fake
mean
story.
to me too. He thought I was an imposter. He said, "I don't know why I'm wasting my time with you."
Right.
Stuff like that,
And then eventually he started to take you seriously after he did a lot of vetting.
Think about the bioweapon. Think about, well, let me put it this way. Think about the lockdowns that happened, how people were forced to do something that maybe they shouldn't have been forced to have to do. People use your imaginations. Understand, who would have ever dreamed that the whole world would be locked down over something like that? Think that just sounds like fairy tale too.
Yeah.
So this thing is big, and it's linked to all that. We can trace it all the way back from Chester Southam with his experiments. That virus we can trace all the way back to us.
Wow.
They don't want you to hear it, and they're going to make fun of me forever.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for making the trip down here and spending the time with me. I really appreciate
Well,
that.
God bless you.
Super long.
And
yeah, so, but really still enjoyable. But yeah, on that note, I will leave it at that. And I hope that everyone has a wonderful rest of your day.